Good morning. Welcome everyone to our special City Council meeting of January 22nd, 2020. Councilmember Resendez, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure.
2022.
Ready, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales,
Present.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Mayor Velasquez,
Here.
Police Chief Reynoso,
Here.
City Manager Miller.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council special meeting of January 22nd, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board on January 18th, 2022 at 10 a.m. per Government Code Section 54956.
Thank you very much. We will now move to item A1.
Abraham, are you handling the speed questions? Yes. Go ahead. Oh, what's the core? Sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. This agenda item is for the purpose of revisiting the proposal presented by staff during the December 20th, 2021 City Council meeting regarding the adoption of a speed cushion policy for the City of Hollister. As mentioned during that meeting, implementing such a policy would standardize the request, the review, and the approval process of speed cushions. As requested by City Council during that meeting, staff is bringing this item before you once again in order to discuss the proposed policy in more detail. We hope that during this time, we can answer any questions that you may have, provide additional clarification, and hopefully obtain a clear understanding of your requests and concerns so that we can update the policy accordingly and bring it before you at a later date for review and adoption consideration. As such, if it is the pleasure of the council, we can either begin by answering a few questions that were sent to us previously, or we can start all together as a group, and those questions can be answered through this process. Also Frederick Venter from Kimlinghorn is online, and he is also providing his support.
How would the council like to continue?
Mr. Mayor, I'd feel comfortable jumping right into discussion and not having to go through everything all over again.
Okay. Does the rest of the council feel that way?
I do.
Yep. Okay, let's move straight into discussion on it. Did you want to start, Mr. Resendez?
No.
Not that comfortable. Just comfortable enough. Okay, so who would like to start the conversations? Mr. Burns, I see you moving to the microphone.
Thanks, Mayor. Actually, I'd like to, this is, we're going to take public comment on this, correct?
Yes, we are. You want to go with the public first?
I think that would be good to begin if
Okay.
the council supports that recommendation, sir.
Let's see if they're comfortable enough to start. Who do we have? Do we have any public comment?
We have no speaker
Okay,
cards
but I think-
and no hands raised on Zoom.
But Ms. Zendejas, you had some comment from the public in the past you want to read?
Not from the public, but from council.
Oh, okay.
So I can go through those. Maybe that'll start up the discussion.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, should I start?
Go ahead.
Okay. So one of the questions was if staff has received proper training to install these cushions. So no, the only training, if it's internal within the office staff, we haven't received any training. I'm not sure if there is anything out there, but I think, developing the process would be, training, that would specify the training and the steps that we would need to take. As far as the actual installation, our city staff has been installing them. Our city staff from the yard has been installing them. So I'm not sure if there's any specific training for the installation, but I know that they have been installing them and haven't heard of any issues yet. Another question is if we're prepared to carry out the demand. So as it is now, staff is receiving requests from the public, regardless of having a policy for getting speed cushions installed, like in their streets. So even without a policy, we are receiving these types of requests. So I think the policy would definitely help as far as standardizing something where it would let the public know the steps that they need to take, or even if they are, if they qualify, if their street or the area in question qualifies for the installation. So it would standardize that process and answer questions ahead of time. That way, when it does come to staff, all the information is collected, and then, when it is submitted, it would be dated as it is now. The requests are just coming in through email randomly. So there's really no way of, really there's no process. So this would actually help make sure that everything that staff it needs in order to get these installed has been provided, so that we're not wasting any time. Another question was the cost. I believe they're roughly about $3,000 for installation. We don't have another question was the digital processing. We don't have digital processing right now. We're not really set up. I think we are trying to move forward to provide more digital processing of many other items. So when we are ready to do within the city, then I think it'd be a great idea to have it digitally processed. Another one was if needed. So the idea of having one assigned block rep is that the city staff has one constant point of contact, and this would avoid any misinformation, any confusion, or one individual saying something and another individual saying something else. So I think it's really critical to establish one rep, and if possible, maybe what we can do is within the process have an alternative rep, so that if that main rep walks away or is no longer the main or no longer the rep, then we can have the alternative step up and become the rep. But I think it would cause issues if we allow for the transfer of reps to be done without any limit or anything being stabilized. And then do we have a form for the captain to agree to all these terms? We currently don't have a form, but I think it is important for them to review it, so we can definitely make it part of the review process for the speed cushions. And that was it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Mr. Burns, are you?
I am prepared. Thank you, Mayor.
You're prepared.
So thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it very much. I want to acknowledge the proactive effort and the professionalism of the proposed policy. Having said all of that, I'm going to continue with my thoughts, and I'm going to be consistent in that I really don't see the need for a policy. I think the process currently works as it is, and perhaps I'm a bit shell-shocked still from the policy on the flagpoles and the flags. And so I do think something important was brought up, though, in this morning's presentation already about having one representative. And I would agree with that, but I think we already kind of do, as in one representative for each council district, as we currently have, and a mayor for citywide. And I've had the personal benefit of having the speed cushions put down in my district. And so on Cerro Vista, I inherited a project that my predecessor, Marty Richmond, had, and he had some success with getting the radar signage placed up there. And so I was pretty passionate about trying to push that forward, and thank you to the city and the staff for actually having placed the speed cushions on Cerro Vista. And when I first saw that happening, I didn't quite understand why it had to go from Union, where the school is, that really was the catalyst for the speed cushions, all the way to Sunny Slope. But as I drove it, it became readily apparent to me that if you were only going to do a portion of the street, well, I know as a driver, I would probably, if I was trying to make time, I would go slow over the speed cushions and then go like crazy to catch up. And so it made sense. It kind of set the tone from the moment you stepped onto the street, and the appropriate supporting signage as warnings to let people know. And Cerro Vista is a reasonably well lit street as well, which I think is also helpful. And the bottom line is, I believe they work. I've not heard anybody complain about a cat or a dog, or more importantly, a child or a human being struck by a car. And I think that they're a valuable resource on a limited basis. Now, I'll also say that I wasn't smart enough to be visionary enough to know that there would be some unintended consequences of that. And one of the immediate unintended consequences was I received a complaint through social media, and it was for Highland. And Highland is a street that runs parallel to Cerro Vista, probably within, I don't know, 3 city blocks of Cerro Vista. And so all of a sudden there was an increase in traffic and in speeding vehicles, and there's a private school in that area as well. And so I intentionally went out based on the complaint I saw, and I sat there, I parked there, and I observed it for myself, and the person that complained about it was spot on. And so I brought it to our chief of police attention, Chief Reynoso, and he was on it like very quick. I'll try to be less colorful here. And ultimately our PD went out, they investigated it, they did a study, they did everything, and well, the chief didn't think that an enhanced enforcement would be appropriate. He absolutely, based on the data that was arrived at and the observations, thought that speed cushions should be placed down there as well. And it's my understanding that that will in fact happen, because again, the intent is to slow traffic down to prevent the loss of life and or serious injury. And so I think, based on my experience, that the system clearly works without the need for a formal policy. And I do like certain elements of the proposed policy, and others I'm not so supportive of. I think it really puts citizens in an awkward position to necessarily have to take ownership for those. And when that happens, when people get angry, people can have a tendency to retaliate. And I don't want to go there. If somebody wants to be angry, let them be angry with Tim Burns for District 4, and I'll own that. Having said that, I think there's a heavy burden on that person and a lot of time involved that I think should be borne by the electeds and the appointed and the city staff. And so for those reasons, I'm going to recommend that we continue business as usual, recognizing that this policy could exist if we find there's a need for it. And as we grow with experience, I think we could probably even tweak the current policy that's proposed to make it a better policy. And so for those reasons, Mayor and Council, I'm not going to support this, but I do appreciate all the work that city staff has put into it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just for clarification, you said radar, not radar signs, right?
Correct, Mayor.
I just don't want to get the
radar.
upset.
No, no.
Almost half the community.
No. If I
I
was
thought he
gonna
was
put
making fun of me again.
No. I'd have to put up "Let's Go Buffalo" signs if I was going to put anything up. But thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say that I completely agree with Councilmember Burns at this point. Sometimes with government, we tend to overcorrect things and put up too much red tape or bureaucracy, and it slows things down rather than getting things done. And I'd like to pride myself on saying that this council has done the complete opposite of that. We've worked together very diligently to get a lot of things done. I couldn't say it better than what he said. Let's just get things going. Let's get the speed bumps here. Let's get them installed. If we find at some point that this is becoming problematic, we need to revisit this. We need to implement a policy. Then let's do it at that time. But right now, one thing that we all know for sure, including what the staff's mentioned, is that this is very much needed. There's going to be unintended consequences. We know that. There's going to be overflow into other residential streets. We know that. We're going to put up more speed humps, I'm hoping. You've got to change the behavior of the people before we start seeing that impact. And we are in the process of converting our entire city, I think, into a more walkable, bikeable community. And we need more, in my opinion, roundabouts, speed humps, protected bike lines. And this is going to do just that. So let's get it going. Let's get the speed humps here. Let's get them installed. And if anything comes up along the way, then let's revisit it then. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Good morning. So in the interest of time, I got like 8 questions to address, but
Plenty of
I agree
time.
with you guys.
Do it.
I totally agree. It would be neat to see in one of our entranceways, whether it's the north gate or the south or the west entrance, to see Hollister, safe city or something, instead of city of speed humps. You know, I agree that it's a behavior thing that we need to address, and I don't think it's just on the police department. I think, you know what, as a community, we can police ourselves. I mean, get on your kid, or get on your adult. You know, whoever's, you know what, everyone knows who's speeding out there and stuff. And it's like, that's all I have to say. And I think we're going to create too much. And if we have to, we can revisit this. But that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. I think in the future, if there's complaints, I'd like to see the data. I'd like to see the number of complaints, the type. That way, instead of saying we have a lot of, then it's a little bit, I want to say, understandable. What are the areas? What's the situation? And we can formulate how we can respond, in my opinion. So I agree that at this time, I don't think we necessarily need a policy, but maybe have a better understanding. We definitely know the impacts of when we put speed bumps into different communities, that it impacts other areas. So I like to see a better understanding and analysis of those situations in those communities. And then if there is a need for policy, for that to be incorporated as part of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Give my comments. This has been a conversation for several years now. I can remember one of the, we talked about bringing this here because other cities were doing it. And the first time I really saw it in an area where it's throughout the neighborhoods, I was visiting a friend in Sacramento, and the entire neighborhood had speed humps throughout. And I asked the question, like, wow, how did you guys have these installed? They said before those things were installed, people were literally racing throughout our neighborhoods. And since they've been installed, we've seen a complete change of life here. So we started on that journey to try to find a way to do it. We found a way, and I want to thank the public safety departments for working with the council to get something that would work. There's a lot of ways to do this. I completely agree with you, Mr. Burns. I think this is something that we should be handling from the city council side and have installed, because if we don't, we are going to be putting this issue of each neighborhood or one resident wanting them and the other one's not wanting them, or vice versa. It's very interesting, people that speed. And I can tell you time after time of people calling about people speeding in their neighborhoods, and then seeing that same person that complained about that speeding in other people's neighborhoods. And it's a shame. I mean, you would think the public would understand that, but they don't. They drop their kid off at a school, and then they hit it 40, 50 miles an hour because they're late for work. And I don't know what happens in people's minds, but I can tell you this way of, we'll teach them. It just doesn't happen. Radar signs, we started installing radar signs. It helped for a little while until people realize nothing comes of the sign, and it doesn't take long before they're just racing around at high speeds again. We did anticipate the balloon, squeezing the balloon effect of once you put them in one street, people will take another street. That really was not unexpected. Mr. Venture, you mentioned this, we had this conversation. I think we have a way to do this. I really do. And I think when we talk about these, really the beginning should always start with those, of course, that have the problems. We know a lot of these problems come from the streets that are next to the high-speed streets, Sunny Slope, Hillcrest, 4th Street. People come in at a high speed, 40, 45, 55. They expect to continue that speed down the residential neighborhood. So I would recommend we'd start with a lot of those streets. That begins the process of slowing people down. And it does take multiple speed humps because you're right, if you only put one or two, after they hit the second one, they're going to make up for lost time. So you have to take it all the way through. Nash is another road that probably does, should have speed humps because of the school traffic. And we should be starting again around the school areas because that's where parents seem to have a issue of dropping my kid off, kicking them out the door, and then hitting the gas pedal. We can't have that. So we need to do that. The wider streets such as Sally and some of the other ones, those need to go right away. So really the question becomes, how many do we order? Because we have to budget for this. I think the projected number is correct at about $3,000 per install. That is materials and labor to do it right. Probably a little less, but to be correct, that's what it's going to cost to do it. So we have to that's per row. So we got to remember that. So a street could probably take 10 rows from, say, Union to Sunset or to Sunny Slope. So we have to understand that, and we have to budget for it because if we don't, we're going to be stuck again. As far as the training, we spoke to the manufacturer early on. They gave lots of recommendations, videos you can watch. As a matter of fact, our conversations going back and forth helped us adjust some of the speed humps to make sure there's space so public safety, especially fire trucks, can go right over them by placing them in the middle and then 3-foot gaps on each side of that. And it worked out well. So the first effort, we had to adjust a few, but that's what we do. We make sure we figure this out so we can make it work. And every area that I know of that we've put speed humps, the neighbors were very grateful for it. They felt their lives of their kids and their families, their pets were in danger. So that was exciting. Our partner agencies, San Juan Bautista, San Benito County, have asked us for help also if we could order more for them. They want to install some too. And now that we know the price, we could tell them basically it's $3,000 a row, and we can work with them so we can order enough to help solve some of their problems. We see this in many different places. But I agree with Mr. Burns, Mr. Resendez, that it's not about a policy. It's just we need to start to get these things involved or placed around the city. And I think we could do it, as I mentioned, first, again, starting near the schools, the wider streets, and those off of the high-speed streets. And if we do that, we're going to have a lot of success. There will be, let me just make sure this is clear, there will be those that are angry. And I was shocked to hear some people flat out say, those things are stupid, they slow me down. Well, yeah, until it's your neighborhood and your kid, and all of a sudden we are stupid because we don't have a cop sitting on your block 24/7. We can't do that. It just does not work. It makes no sense for our police officers to be out there trying to catch you for going a few miles over the speed limit, and then having that argument about it's a speed trap, and we're just doing this for money. No, we're not. We're doing this to save lives and to make our community better. So I would like to see a sign saying "Community of Safe Drivers." And welcome to our speed humps, too. Take that if you don't want to follow our rules. But I would say, again, I think it's been a good program, but I would say what we're going to need to do is give direction to city manager and a budget to buy many more of these. I think the vendor was waiting to hear some of that, but I think if we're really going to do this, we need to do it right and put an aggressive program together to get them throughout the city. So those are my comments. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
The only thing I would add, and that's purely for visibility, well, two, is one, not just around schools, but parks, thinking about that, but also the visibility of these speed humps at night. You know what? I don't care how many signs you put up. You don't know. I don't always look to the signs because, you know, I pay attention to the road, and I think if we could implement putting a white line around each speed hump would help visibility at night. That's just my opinion.
You know, I would say the one things I did like about these speed humps, they're marked. They're very, you can see them very clearly coming in. You know, I think if you're trying to paint the streets, what happens is with time that fades away. And then people say, well, I couldn't see it because that paint faded away. The marks are pretty clear.
That's true. I don't think they're that bright though. Not
Yeah.
the ones over there on West Street. And at night they're hard to see. And they are rubber, and so anything that's painted on rubber is coming off. And so I would suggest that. That's the only thing I would suggest.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Sanders?
No, I want to finish with a couple of things. I want to really highlight what Councilmember Burns said is that this work is not unnoticed and it's not a waste of time because if we ever need to come back and revisit, we've got a pretty solid foundation to work off. So thank you for that to our staff and to the contractors. And then I really appreciate the PD also going out there and monitoring because that's another part. There's got to really typically be, and what we're saying is we got to put up roadblocks to change people's behaviors. We're going to have to do that. And part of that is the ticketing. So all that plays a role in changing the behavior. I agree with the mayor on, I want to get this ordered. I want to get it going. Let's move forward. And yes, we did it a little pilot to see what some of the problems were. I think we have a pretty good idea of how to install them and how to move forward. I'm very comfortable with that. Let's get this thing going and rolled out as soon as possible, in my opinion. Thanks.
Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, so what it looks like, no policy, but we will work with the vendor to get a good volume discount. We will also talk to San Juan Bautista and the county if they want to join in that order so that we can get even a better price. And we'll bring that forward to in a near council meeting as a budget appropriation to get some more.
Well, I think what I would recommend here is that we start with the number today so we can come back and approve it at a city council meeting. Or we are adopting a policy here. Can we adopt the financial component of this?
I would defer that to Jason.
Jason, is that something we do today or does that have to come back to a council member?
I think that's a matter that should come back, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I would say knowing the cost at $3,000 per row, I would say we start budget for at least 300,000. That's 100 rows. 100 rows, if you figure a street can take 10, you see how quickly that is used up. So we need to get moving on this. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I think I like very much what I heard you say, though, about a volume discount. And so I don't know if there's volume pricing. So for the first 300 you get at this price, from 300 to 500 you get. So it'd be very helpful for us to know what that is. And I don't know how difficult an ask that is, but I think that would help this council to really invest the money wisely, because if we're going to commit to this, and it sounds to me like we are, and I believe we should, then I'm also about the financial piece of it as well.
Right. I think what we'll do is we'll get some quotes and probably get different brackets of what the different prices are, and just bring those options to the council and say, which one do you want? Which one do you want? And that way you're not stuck on just 300 or 300,000 or something like that. Because it might be if you spend an extra 100,000, you get double the amount of speed cushions, and I would hate to have lost out on that deal because we set a dollar amount.
Absolutely true, and I can't say when we first had those conversations, the first question the vendor wanted to know was, how many are you looking at, so I can give you guys a discount for more volume? So that is a very important question that needs to be asked. You're absolutely right. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. I would just caution for us not to just start putting speed bumps everywhere. I mean, we're going from evaluating based on data and need to let's put them everywhere. So we're going from one side to the other. Again, without data, without looking at need, without looking truly at the evaluation in that community. And then in the draft policy, it said that the city of Hollister will attempt to appropriate 20,000. So we were going from 20,000 to 300,000. It's just, I don't know. I would just say, I think we're rushing way too fast into this. It's a huge increase in terms of what we thought we were going to appropriate. We're going to evaluate to, let's just put them everywhere. So I would just say, if the community has an issue, they can bring it up, we can evaluate, and then we can put the appropriate measures to address their needs.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you. Just for the community's benefit, and maybe Councilmember Morales's as well, I can tell you I've now been on council about 13 months. And one of the earlier projects, soon after I was put on council, as well as Councilmember, now Vice Mayor Perez, was to assess our council districts and look for possible streets that could benefit from speed control and the speed cushions. And so I personally went out and looked at 5 different potentials. And in one instance, it involved Valley View, but Valley View is a split jurisdiction street, but it is in close proximity, and it is a walking path to an elementary school. And again, I couldn't agree more with the mayor and vice mayor in regards to schools, priority 1, parks, priority 2. But having said that, I'm very encouraged by the fact, hearing the city manager say that the city of San Juan Bautista has interest, as well as the county of San Benito, because I think there could be some opportunities for shared costs on streets like Valley View. And that's actually a street, as I recall, that your district and mine kind of rub up against each other. And so that's something that I would encourage you to go look and draw your own conclusion, because I could see some collaboration there as well. But, you know, I think each council district may have several streets possible, but I agree with you. We need to do the research in advance of doing the installation, and we should not come to knee-jerk reactions. But I can also say, for example, on Highland Avenue, that the police research revealed at least one vehicle, as I recall, that was in excess of 65 miles per hour. That's insane. And that person actually should be in jail, in my opinion, but that's simply my opinion. And that's excessive. But I do think we do need to move forward in a calculated and somewhat aggressive installation of these. And the beauty of them is, if we find that they work and they slow down the speed and there's not a need for them to be a forever thing, as I understand, they can be relatively easily removed with minimal damage, and we can call it good. Because again, I think what we've talked about as a council is to change people's behavior. And it is going to take money and time to do that. But the reality is, you have one crash where one kid is killed or seriously injured. I don't care what the cost is to put them on a road. You can't pay enough to bring that person back. And so we have plenty of schools, we have plenty of parks, and I think that the commitment is sound. I think it's firm, and I think it's thoughtful. And so I couldn't agree more with everybody on this council about how we move forward with this. But I think the data there's data to warrant moving forward in certain streets already. And so for that reason, I think we move forward and commit to the process. And so thank you. And again, I would encourage you, Councilmember Morales, to go out and walk your neighborhoods. I know you have, but maybe look at them from a different perspective now. And I'm sure there's plenty of need in District 3 as well. So thank you again.
Thank you, and I do want to make something clear. This is not every street in the city. Nowhere close. We have nearly 200 lane miles in the city, and I can tell you, laying down 100 rows, nowhere close to the entire city. And there will be many, many, many streets without it, but many of those streets won't need it. It's slowing people down before they get to some of these other neighborhoods that makes this thing work. So, any other questions or comments? The direction is to get a price quote, I believe it was, and we're okay with, as we're doing now, the council making decisions. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I was done, but obviously I wasn't. So, Mr. Miller, I want to confirm that we have some already in city possession, correct?
We have the cushions in possession, we just don't have the anchor bolts.
Okay, so when the anchor bolts come in, because I just want to put it out there, as far as I'm aware, in my district, Beverly is going to have them installed in the near
Correct, Beverly's the
future.
next one once the anchor bolts
Right,
come in. But
right, and I've been out there as well because that's kind of a neighborhood in my district that I've focused a lot of attention in my first year, and the times I've been out there, it's like a racetrack too, and I mean it's like a channeled racetrack because it abuts no homes.
Right.
It's a thoroughfare, and then we've talked about Highland Avenue or Drive as well, based on what the PD's observations and confirmed through engineering, as I understand it.
Correct.
And then I know that I've talked in the past about Union Avenue. I'm very concerned about Union once it opens all the way up, all the way to Fairview with the new development out there. And I'd say we're months away from that happening too. And, you know, and if it isn't speed cushions, and that's unusual because it's a curved road and it's also a very wide road, and it'd be a great place to do drag races. Again, because it doesn't really have any street residential homes that open directly up to it. But once it gets up beyond the Sierra Vista School, as the road narrows down and the development has now been extended, I don't remember the last street up there, but once it gets beyond there into the new development, it's going to blow all the way out to Fairview.
Correct.
I mean, that's a traffic light to traffic light with a couple stop signs in between. So I don't know how they designed something to slow the traffic down on that road. But again, I would much prefer to be proactive than responsive and reactive and have something serious happen out there and go, wow, didn't see that coming, because I think if it's predictable, in most cases, it's preventable.
Correct.
And so I'm all in for all the cushions.
Okay, I'm sure Frederick will come up with a good solution for us.
I appreciate that.
Reminder, they are going to start working on a traffic calming project for Union.
Right.
Memorial was one of the next sets, so
Right.
absolutely, but you're absolutely correct.
So thanks. I just wanted to make sure I got mine. Thank you.
Good move, sir. Good move. And was there anything else, or is that clear? Okay, and then once we have that, then you can bring that to City Council for the approval. Thank you. We will now move to item A2.
Thank you, Mayor. So the council asked that we bring back the rally into a special meeting so that the public could attend, and also that to bring back the promoter for road shows for the rally, which is Randy Burke. He's in the audience, so we can have him come up and have council ask the questions that they want of the promoter or from staff. Come on up, yeah.
Brett, I want to go here.
Yep. Mic should be on.
Good
Hello,
morning,
how
sir.
are you today, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Randy Burke with Roadshow Street Vibrations Entertainment. I've been successfully producing your Independence Day rally in the past, and we're in the planning process of producing it for 2022. I've been in town for 3 or 4 days. I brought my largest sponsor, and subcontractor in from Daytona Beach, Florida. They've been with me for the entire duration that I've been here, and actually before me. And we met with the city manager and went over the vision The vision was accomplished, I believe, prior to this meeting, when I came down and met with the mayor, Councilman Perez, 2 members of the fire department, the chief of police, and the city manager, Brett Miller. The city had a vision of the rally and the route of the rally, since we're now looking at a one-way direction of motorcycles. And they took the lead. We looked at it. I'm in full compliance. We can make it happen. Our challenge were the parklets, but we encourage the parklet participation. That enables brick and mortar businesses that serve food and beverage to come out into the sidewalk area and be more available to the visitors. I think that's pretty much brings me up to speed.
Thank you for coming out this morning. I know it's a long drive. I think from Reno you drive in from or something?
5 hours.
5 hours, there you go. At least it was not snowing this weekend.
Yeah.
I guess we can start with the council members. They have any questions, or if you prefer, we can ask the public for any input first. How do you all feel? You ready?
I like the idea of getting public input,
All right.
if that's okay.
All right with everyone? Do we have any public speakers today?
We have no speaker cards and no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. First off, thanks for coming. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
I do have some questions about, like, what other events have you put on that are similar to the Hollister Biker Rally that might be well known to everybody?
Thank you. That's a good question. My motorcycle rally in northern Nevada, which is in September of every year. I've been producing it in a safe and sound and sane manner for 28 years. It is depending, like anything outdoors, on inclement weather or not. But we can vary from 35,000 to 55,000 guests and participants. In 2019, which was the last year we were able to produce here, that was a projected number, I believe, by law enforcement. So yes, I also travel. I'm kind of like a hired gun. I travel around the United States and help with other rallies. Milwaukee, Sturgis, Laconia, Daytona, which our events here are dwarf compared to the 200,000-300,000 attendees. So I'm familiar with even larger events.
Another question.
Thank you, sir. Do you have more questions?
Yes. Just wondering, how did this last year's cancellation affect you? And I'm assuming it's is there any potential problems that you see in this year's future rally?
I think my challenge for the last 2 years, because we haven't been able to produce in 20 or 21, is that I never stop promoting and advertising my events. We do it 12 months a year. And so what my biggest challenge is if I start promoting and spending my budgeted money for advertising and marketing in January, and then we have February, March, and so on, and something is canceled, I can't get my money back from the vertical publications and the shows that I already would go to. I go every March, first weekend, to Daytona Beach, Florida. It's the largest motorcycle event in the United States, with Sturgis being number 2. And that's when I meet with my sponsors and start meeting with my vendors. So I like to have a clear slate where I can look them straight in the eye and go, we're going to have the event this year. We're going to have a plan for the next 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years. And the sponsors that make plans and their budgets 3 and 4 years out, they can say, well, good, you fit into our category of sponsorship. And that's what they want to hear from me. I want to hear from them that they're going to come.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Mr. Burke, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. I've been looking forward to meeting you for months. I do have a laundry list of questions that I would like to ask. Remind me, you just said that you're the primary or the key, I don't know what the right word is here, but responsible for promoting other like events?
I own I own Street Vibrations. I have a federal service mark to produce street vibrations, and I have for the last 28 years. I do one in the spring and one in the fall. I have an agreement here with the city for several years, and I get the phone rings and somebody needs part of their team to help manage and produce an event. I'm on an airplane and I'm there to help them. That happens every year.
Okay, so I'm curious, during the last 2 years, have been, I'm hoping it's an anomaly and not the new normal as it relates to the pandemic and COVID and the other associated viruses. What, have those other events gone on during the past 2 years, regardless of COVID, or have they also been delayed or canceled?
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. But thank you for the question. Nevada, where I do street vibrations, and also Laughlin River Run by Las Vegas, we've been canceled for the last 2 years. My business, because I'm a full-fledged entertainment production company, I was closed for 15 months. So I never had one customer. Now, to answer the second part of that question, it seems like the East Coast and the South, nobody stopped, everybody kept producing. Why we were so unlucky here in Nevada and California was basically the concern for safety with the COVID, but the safety in the COVID was clear across the United States, but the other rallies were subjected to it.
Okay, and part of the foundation and the reason for my question was I was curious what, as a promoting professional, what your takeaways have been in relation to COVID and safety for large events like this. I mean, I'm really concerned, quite candidly, and so I want to hear what your thoughts are, sir.
Well, this last year, 2021, I produced street vibrations in the spring and June, and street vibrations in the fall and September, and they were as big in attendance and revenue as 2019. I was pleasantly surprised, but generally in the motorcycle industry, there were feelings that the motorcycle enthusiasts had a lot of pent-up energy because of not being able to travel as much with the COVID. And so when they had an opportunity to come to an event like we have in Reno, they jumped on it.
Okay, and so when the event happened in Reno most recently, what kind of precautionary measures did you, as the event organizer, take to ensure the public safety as it relates to COVID?
Yeah. Well, the governor's dashboard, starting about March of 2020, was very strict. Everybody was shut down. By the time we got around to June of 2021, there was only a mask policy inside the casinos and restaurants. Everything else was wide open, and it stayed wide open. The governor of the state of Nevada, Steve Sisolak, says that he's not going to close anything down again, heck or high water.
Okay, and so we know California is a little different, and certainly the counties are concerned, and so are the cities. And so I don't know what it's going to look like in July in Hollister. I do have serious concerns. I know that we're seeing spikes and we've got a lot of challenges. And so In my mind, we will absolutely not be through COVID or whatever the current virus is that we're experiencing come July. So what kind of safety measures are you going to implement, assuming our rally goes forward, to try and minimize the public safety risk?
Well, first of all, we're an outdoor event. So if the state has any mandates that are directed through the health department, we will follow those mandates to the letter. But I haven't talked to anybody from your health department. And again, I don't have a crystal ball either. The only thing that concerns me, and the question was asked before, is when I put out $4,000 or $5,000, $10,000 before an event to market and advertise it, to have to turn around and spend almost that much money to tell everybody it's canceled, it's crippling to me. I've had to do it twice.
Right.
So when I get a green light, I'd really, prefer that green light stays on. But none of us have a crystal ball. None of us knows what's going to happen. But my glass is always half full. And so I'm ready to march.
I appreciate that. Unfortunately, my glass is usually cracked. Nice segue for me to ask a couple more questions. So I'm wondering if it costs you $10,000 to promote and $10,000 to cancel, kind of leads to a bigger question that I'd like to involve maybe the city manager, the mayor, and Mr. Epperson in. And it relates to the current contract. Now, the city signed a 5-year contract, and for just transparency, I'm not enamored by the 5-year contract, period, regardless of whether you or anybody else for any other reason. It's been explained to me that part of that was so that it would make a more effective promotion of the event, and I get that. And so, but now we're into year 3 of a 5-year deal, and I'm not really excited about the language in the contract, and that bothers me quite candidly. And I would like to see the contract rewritten for a 3-year deal beginning this year. But part of that, I also think, is my concern about COVID. And so I have a question in all these comments I'm making is, if COVID continues at the current stage that it is, and this city is being rocked and this county is being rocked by COVID right now, how much advance notice would it take to be reasonable for you if we decide, like we did last year, which was my first year on council, to postpone or cancel the rally? Because I want to be fair to you as well. And my second part of that would be, it ties back into the contract, would be, I'm pretty convinced there's no provision in there that if we cancel it for a pandemic reason, that you get reimbursed for your expenses out of pocket. And I'd like to, that's kind of my carrot to maybe rewrite the contract, because I think you should be compensated for that if this council, out of an air of caution for public safety, does not authorize the rally to go forward this year. I'm cautiously optimistic that it will go forward, but I honestly don't know, and I just have to be honest with you. Given the fact that you've driven 5 hours to be here with us today,
Right.
And I don't want to see your out of pocket expenses be for nothing. And so I think we, and I think honestly, if there were a way to factually document and show your out of pocket expenses for the previous 2 years that it didn't happen,
Right.
I would advocate that we reimburse you for that, frankly, sir. So again, long-winded comment. Question wrapped in there. How much advance notice do we need to provide you with in the event that this council is not comfortable moving forward because of public health concerns for this rally in July?
Well, first of all, thank you for your generous thoughts. That's good business practice for both sides. I believe, with all due respect, if I had a 5-year contract and 2 of them have already been canceled, I only have a 3-year contract now. So to rewrite it would just be rewriting the same thing. However, I don't write the contracts. The city writes them with my cooperation. And so I'll welcome to bypass or place on top of our existing contract a new yearly contract, which we usually do that. with the city. We have the master commitment for X amount of years, and then each year we update the contract. And so that kind of answers your question right there, and we're prepared to do that with the city manager.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Miller, Mr. Epperson, that's my request, and I recognize I'm one of a council of 5, but I would like to do that. I'd also like to have a component in there, and I recognize sometimes from the other side that you invest money, it doesn't work out, that's sometimes viewed as a cost of doing business, and there's risk and there's reward. But because of the pandemic, I really would like this council to revisit if Mr. Burke could validate his out-of-pocket expenses that he went forward with in the past 2 years to reimburse him for those costs, because it's not fair and it is good business and it's the right thing to do. And I don't know if it could come out of the ARP money or wherever it comes out of, but I think that would be the right and the ethical thing to do in that instance. And so I would like to have that contract rewritten and you know, reviewing it. I don't know who wrote it, but it didn't meet my expectations, and I'm a lay person, but I've entered into numerous contracts, and so I would like to see that happen. If the council's supportive of that. I'd also like to ask, I presume, sir, that there's some sort of an event insurance that, and I'm not talking about if it gets canceled, but if and maybe this is a Mr. Burke or a Mr. Epperson question. In the event somebody goes to the rally and gets hurt, oftentimes municipalities get sued. It's just the way it is. And so what do we have to protect us or from any financial exposure in that regard? And I'll start with Mr. Burke. If you have any thoughts on that, I don't know.
Well, again, that's written into the contract. I think there's 4 different paragraphs in it that talks about the insurance, the amount. The important part is the indemnification. We indemnify each other. I also have every one of my vendors has to provide insurance. If they don't have their own, I buy it for them, and they reimburse me through my own company. Again, if we look at revisiting, I would say to revisit, maybe update, instead of reinventing the wheel, update our 2020 for your approval. I'm fine with that, but I think we have at least 4, maybe 5 major paragraphs in the contract that address insurance and indemnification.
Okay. City manager, can you respond as well in regards to the city's exposure, risk, and liability?
Yeah, like Mr. Burke said, you know, they have to provide general liability. They indemnify us. Our big issue, if it is a event away from the rally, and or if it's more of an employee injury for workers' comp, those are our concerns.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear. I know you and I've talked, and we've talked in other environments as well. One of my reservations in past years has been believed by, in the past, it was assumed or understood that if we had somebody, for example, in law enforcement that was providing mutual aid, not in a mutual aid way, but as a contract,
Correct.
and they were to get hurt, the city would be responsible for their injury and their rehabilitation. And you've assured me that that's no longer the case, that we have insurance that would cover that wouldn't come out of the general fund. Am I stating that correctly?
For many years, that's what we thought, the same thing, because same thing, we will reimburse the contracting agency for any workers' comp issues. What we found out is because they're working under our direction during the time of the event, they actually fall under our workers' comp because they are technically working for us at that time.
Thanks for reaffirming what you've told me before. I'm probably going to need to be spoon-fed this for a while.
Yeah, we try to remind our risk pool group that, you know, the rally is a fun thing, and so we don't scare them.
Right. Well, and the risk is it may only be perceived, but again, I think we need to clearly define that for the residents of our community as well, that there is no huge liability or risk as a result of that type of a situation. So, Mr. Burke, back to my other part of the question that I apologize, I probably buried it in a bunch of other words. If we were, as a council, to decide that for risk of COVID pandemic, that we were not going to move forward with the rally, what would be a time frame that you would need to know by? I mean, I don't remember last year when we came to that conclusion, but I think we're at least 2 or 3 months ahead of the game this year.
Yeah.
And so, again, I respect you, I respect your work product, and I also understand, I don't want to, create unnecessary complications for you, but I do have the concern for the community.
Councilman Burns, there is no good time, but if
Understood.
we had to take and throw a dart at the dartboard, just prior to my staff and myself going to Daytona Beach, where we do the majority of our work for all our West Coast events, just prior to the first week in March, so that I don't go and sell blue sky to vendors and sponsors at Daytona Beach, to have to go back several weeks later and say, the event's been postponed again.
Okay, I understand, first week in March. I did want to talk, and you just mentioned about sponsorship, and my understanding was one of the reasons to go into a 5-year deal, which I would have been ignorant about, was to ensure a strong level of sponsorship. Can you speak a little bit about that? And I don't know if you're at a position right now to publicly announce who, I know you mentioned that there is one couple here that are sponsors, but talk a little bit more, because I am ignorant about sponsorship and the importance of sponsorship, not only for you as a promoter, but for the event itself and for the city as well, please.
Right. Well, not only large corporations plan their budgets 3, 4, 5 years in advance, so do small and medium businesses like myself. I'm always working 3 years out in advance, or more, depending on where I'm located and what event I'm doing. Major sponsors. I just lost one national sponsor for all of my events on the West Coast about a month and a half ago. They've been with me for 5 years, and they said, because we don't know what's going on, and they plan 5 years in advance, we are not going to be coming to the West Coast for 2022. That hurts a lot, makes me work even harder. But if I have several of those and I've only had one, tell me that I'm a lucky guy.
Okay. 2 more. Council, thanks for engaging me and allowing me to run down this list. I appreciate it. We've talked a little bit about the parklets, and so I'm curious if they're damaged, at whose expense are the repairs going to happen? And I like very much the idea of engaging those businesses that have the parklets, because my experience, while distant, was oftentimes many of our downtown businesses during the rally events go away. They shut down, they close. And we have, I believe, increased the number of restaurants and other establishments that could benefit from this. But I would like to hear more about what the thoughts are, and maybe suggest that we engage HDA in this, or the chamber, because I think there's an opportunity here as well, and I think that could make it a more of a community-based event as well. So I see a lot of potential there. But I guess my question is simply, what happens if the parklets get damaged? At whose expense do they get repaired?
Yeah, I mean, the parklets, the people that have the parklets, they are supposed to have them insured. And so I think it would be any kind of damage, like to a building or anything like that. If, they caught the person, let's just say a motorcycle drove into it, they would get the insurance from that person, and that insurance would be responsible. If it happened in the middle of the night, we didn't know who it was, then it's going to be on the business's insurance that cover that.
So I heard you say you think, And do we have, with every parklet that has an owner, do we have their insurance records on
Yeah,
file?
they're supposed to, when we renew them every year, they are
Okay.
to provide us that, I shouldn't
Okay.
say, I think.
Okay.
I'm just more thinking about the different scenarios is what I was trying to say. So, yeah, and then that was the big incentive about the parklets was parades, the rally. Those are going to be the prime seats to enjoy those activities, or when we do the music downtown, is that you could sit there and then be part of the atmosphere and be rewarding for those restaurants that people are sitting there and getting their food and beverages at that location.
And I would piggyback on that. I know that this council has been supportive of an idea of eventually creating an entertainment district downtown, and I think there are lessons that could be learned in that event. So also in regards to this rally, I know that this council has committed to having some entity track the economic benefit that is generated as opposed to the I thinks and I suppose and maybe and all the approximates. Have we committed to an event or not an event, but to an agency or an
Yeah.
entity to do that?
We have not committed to anybody. We did, I did the research for now I'm blanking on it's the
Riverside?
Riverside Lights, and contact those people to find out what would be involved to get them to come here and figure all that out for us.
Okay, I really want to have that in place for this rally. I'm assuming this rally is going to go
Right.
forward.
Yeah, I
And-
think
and
that would be the best because, I mean, like I said, we've always done in the back of the envelope of what we thought was going to be brought in, what we were bringing in, but that
Right.
would be best to find out. And that back of the envelope was just really the people over that weekend, not what the echoing effect was.
Right, I mean, there's a potential for a huge financial gain by this community economically based on the number of people that come in and what the rally does. But I think we've always talked in approximates, and I wouldn't like specifics.
Sure.
And the only way we do that is have those people on board in anticipation of the event, so that after this rally, we as a council can really sit down and talk about the pros and the cons. And I believe there are going to be far more pros than there will be cons. But again, I don't want to talk in rough numbers or dirty math. I want to have real clear stuff.
Yeah, the data is important.
Okay. So, and I guess my final question, and maybe it's a sense of timing, it would be nice to hear our fire chief's perspective on this, as well as our police captain's perspective on this, maybe when Mr. Burke is done.
Sure.
So thank you, Mr. Burke, for allowing me to ask some questions. I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing an amazing production by you.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you for your support, and thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. I think this is for the city manager. If you could forward me a copy of the contract, I haven't seen it, and would like just a better understanding of the details. Some of my questions are similar to Councilmember Burns. In terms of collaboration, does the contract outline working with, like, for example, District 1 or the neighborhoods that the rally impacts, and some of the businesses that are impacted or could benefit from the rally in terms of communication and collaboration? So that's one. And then, do we have an idea of when you bring in vendors, if the tax revenue or the sales tax, does that go to the city? And it may be a city manager question, but is that outlined in the contract as well?
I can answer both those questions real quick. So in the working with the District 1 or the businesses, the contract does not state anything about that. And then for the sales tax, yes, those vendors are to sign up with the state and record their sales in Hollister. Usually the next question is, do we know exactly what that sales tax is? The problem is that's only 3 days worth of sales for those organizations. And when they submit it to the state, they're submitting a month's worth. So that was always, that's usually the next question with that sales tax.
So is there a way to, I guess the bottom line question is this, there's concern for the amount of money that the city of Hollister spends on the rally in terms of not just being able to contract police and provide the necessary infrastructure for the safety of our residents, but also the amount of money that the rally needs for support, and then how much money is actually brought in, and is it really beneficial to our community? And does the community truly benefit from it? So that's basically the question that we're trying to answer. Apparently, we haven't been able to answer that, even if we go back several years. And so that's, if we can put something in place, whether in the new contract or an amendment, to be able to identify that, there has to be some sense of responsibility, at least from the city of Hollister, to at least know whether this is actually costing us a lot more or this is actually beneficial to our community, again, from a data perspective. So those were my basic questions. Is I would like to see more collaboration with the community that it impacts our businesses, and I'd like to have a better understanding of whether this is negatively impacting the city, and if it's actually bringing in revenue to our businesses and to the city of Hollister, that it's not just a cost or a burden.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez.
I live downtown, downtown district, Old Town, Hollister. The good part, just kidding. I'm close to downtown. I'm I'm on 7th between West and Monterey. So I'm directly impacted, and I see the impact of the biker rally. And I also see the benefits of being on where I live, because I love interacting with people. So it's awesome. But it is an inconvenience at times just to get to a store. You know what? I don't mind making those sacrifices. It's a good thing for our businesses, our community. I do have concerns about how much, what the numbers are, and so my concern is about really getting some data. You know what? As far as sales taxes, when you go to your other events, do they ask for any type of sales tax data, or do they get any? Because, like Brett, you were saying, you know, it's hard to get a 3-day, some data for 3 days.
Right.
But, I mean, there seems that that's, instead of just finding a reason why we can't get some data, let's find some reasons let's find a way to get some data. You know, there's got to be some way to get some type of numbers or something. So I'm all for getting more data.
Right. Kind of maybe follow up based on Councilmember Burns, yourself, and Morales. I think that's where it would, to bring in a third party that
Yes.
does that and
Yes.
studies it and finally gives us the exact numbers, instead of us just saying, well, this is what we perceive it to be, because
Yes.
you know, that, like you say, trying to drill down into those sales tax dollars, we just don't have that information, and then we're spent just estimating.
And then I think one of my last questions is, so actually for the last contract, wasn't it put out for 180,000? And then we settled for 130?
Correct. What I
Or I
recall
don't know
at that
what
time.
those numbers just popped
Right,
in my head.
yeah, 'cause, we estimated, usually our budget for the rally is 180,000 in the city's cost. And that's where we started for the contract or the bid to be 180. And actually, we only had one, the mayor's probably gonna be better at this because he sat on the council at the time, was the bid of 135,000.
So Randy, there's not a lot of companies that do what you do, huh?
No, you can count all.
Well, not as good as you, at least.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of one of the last men standing. So many of the rallies, like businesses across the United States, are no longer viable. So we have the Hollister rally is the largest motorcycle rally in the state of California, and there used to be 3 or 4 more, and they're no longer in existence. There's only one small one in Los Angeles. The Arizona Bike Week was closed down for a while, but it's back operating, and the Laughlin River Run, which was always a very respectable rally for Southern California people. It is still on the shelf. The producer there cannot come back and produce the show.
Can you give me some information or speak to the fact of why it's not viable for some of these other cities to have those rallies anymore? What happened?
Well, as far as the production companies, to be successful in any business, it's really important for consistency year after year after year. And when you close down for 1, 2, 3 years, your sponsorship money and your vendors wander off. They have to go make a living someplace else, or place their marketing, advertising money, and promotion money someplace else.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, you want to go back into business, and you go to the back of the line, because it's like starting all over with your national, regional, and local vendors and sponsors.
I see. You know, and it is part of Hollister's history. I mean, it's like people see Hollister or think about Hollister, and it's the biker rally. You know, it's part of our history. It's part of our culture.
Yeah, it's a 75th anniversary this year.
Yes.
And I believe this is the 150th anniversary of the city this year.
Yes, that's something. I don't know if you're listening, John Roble. Maybe we can tie into that also. But yeah, I just wanted to ask those questions, and my thing is really about getting some data so how we can move forward. I'd like to make sure that it's not just you that makes the money. We want you to make money, but we'd like for the city to be on the receiving end also. So thank you.
City
Maybe
Manager,
just
go
kind of
ahead.
add on to Councilmember Perez's question. I think the big issue is it's really hard to charge a gate fee. Does any of the rallies charge a gate fee? Only one I can think of maybe is Daytona, because it's
Sturgis. No, I think no.
No, thank you, Mr. Miller. Arizona Bike Week charges a gate fee. It's about $40 a person, but they have a major concert with major entertainment that costs several $100,000 per act, and therefore they couldn't do it without that. Daytona Beach, there's no gate fee. Sturgis, Main Street, no gate fee. If you get the full throttle, broken spoke, some of the Buffalo Chip, some of the big campgrounds, they'll put the concert fee into your rental of your tent or the area you put your RV. So it's all figured in. In Reno, I've been producing it for 28 years, and it's free in the streets. Any make, any model, everybody's welcome.
Yeah, so that's usually difficult. If you're not charging a gate fee, where like a concert or sporting event, you know, you make up those differences through the gate fee. So that's a big issue.
Mr. Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. A comment and a question. We'll go with the comment first. I really would like to see this tied nicely together with the 150-year anniversary. If you're saying it's a 75-year anniversary for the Hollister Motorcycle Rally and 150 for the city of Hollister, I think there's something to be said there. I'm not into marketing, but I think that would be a good tie-in, and I'd really like to see that happen. Mayor Velasquez, you seem to be the subject matter expert on this that I know of, as it relates to the Hollister Independence Rally. And one of the things that just dawned on me, has city staff or has council in past years gone to other rallies to see how they are run and see what they do well and what the challenges are? I appreciate the answers.
I make a motion for that.
But no, I think there's a value and a benefit to that. If we've committed to a 5-year deal and we're 3 into 5 and we're going to rewrite it for another 2 after this year, I think there's an opportunity to go to those and watch Mr. Burke, watch others in action, and just figure it out. So that would be my question to you, sir, and my recommendation in the event we haven't, or if we have, let's start doing it again. And Vice Mayor Perez has already volunteered.
Yeah,
City
I mean,
manager.
I could say for staff, the police department has gone to numerous different rallies to basically look at maybe like for security issues and things like that. So probably our police chief could probably recommend some of the better rallies for you to attend, and maybe the safer ones to attend, because we want you to come back. So that's what I
you?
would recommend. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So, you know, and that's a great point. For public safety, I think there are different visions here. And I think I'm going to always trust in our chief of police, our fire chief, the subject matter experts for that element. But I'm also, you know, and maybe we send somebody that does economic development for the city of Hollister, whoever those people are, and maybe send a council member, vice mayor, to tag along and to really get a sense of feel of flavor for it. And I think it's a good investment in my mind.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's probably very smart idea.
Did you have something to say, Mr. Resendez?
Just a couple quick
Are you
things.
volunteering?
No. No, definitely not the alternate. I'd like to hear from the fire department and then the PD on any questions, concerns, updates from them. And then as far as I've got a list of comments. I don't know if I want to bore you guys with all of them, but real quick, as far as the 150th, they're doing a fantastic job advertising, by the way. I saw that they put up their website and they are advertising that the motorcycle rally is coming. So they're doing a real good job pushing that.
And if I can piggyback on that real quick.
Sure.
Gary, I can't think of his last name, from Corbin's. He's doing a really awesome job out there with promoting. So I think there is some advertisement already for these. I don't know if there's about the 75th, but yeah, it'd be great to tie that in because we are putting it out to the motorcycle enthusiasts, not just of the city.
Yeah,
of
we
the county,
provided Mike
of the state,
Corbin.
but of the world actually.
Yeah,
So
we provided Mike Corbin with promotional materials that he's put up on the web already. That started last month.
oh, okay.
Like I
With
said,
Gary?
we never stop, you know, so, yeah, and Mike Corbin's most supportive of our event and always has been. And of course, Mike Corbin not only has a factory here in Hollister, but we'll be with him in Daytona Beach where he has his other shop.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and just for the 150 group, Councilmember Burns and Councilmember Perez is on the committee. I thought their plan was the kickoff for the 150 was going to start on the July 4th weekend with the rally, and then have an activity every weekend up to the 150th anniversary. So they were using this as a major kickoff.
Yeah.
so
And if I could segue into your question about the 105th, as luck would have it, when my largest sponsor and I were doing the site inspection several days ago here in town, we met with the Downtown Association with Daisy and Susan. Omar was out ill, I think, and they brought up the topic that they would like us to participate in the 105th, and we welcome that opportunity, and they plan on getting back to us.
So maybe I can answer some of your questions first and about the history of it. And I would say you mentioned Mr. Corbin. Mr. Corbin is, in the industry, is known throughout the world. And he is in our backyard. He was very involved in getting this whole thing started. A wealth of knowledge. He's put me in contact with many, many people over the years to talk to about different rallies. Introduce you. So he extremely knowledgeable about these rallies and the difference they can make in communities. You know, some of the conversations I had in the past was, and I don't remember, there were several years ago, but it was, why wouldn't you have the rally? That was kind of more of their questions, like you guys are the birthplace of the American biker. You're not having the rally? That type of conversation.
Right.
And, you know, we did talk at one time about trying to have city council members, but then there was, well, you know, how does that really look if we're flying city council members out to an event to have you're going to come back and say, oh, look at them having fun. But it was decided to have law enforcement go out and see what's going on and bring back information, and they did. So there was a conversation about other rallies and why some are successful and some are not. And what you get is promoters that are trying to create something that's not there. Very difficult to do. We have, and everyone, if you ask anyone throughout the country, they know Hollister as the birthplace of the American biker.
Right.
That's how. I gave him a better story. My sister lives in Croatia, and she saw some people on bikes and went to go talk to them and say, oh, that's a beautiful bike. My brother's from Hollister, Mayor Hollister. And they said, Hollister, that's our dream, to go to Hollister and go to the rally over there. That's how well known it is throughout the world. Yeah. And at the peak, we would have people from Japan, Germany, France, you name it, they were here, because it was like, that was the destination, that was the rally they had to go to. So very rich history. You pointed out, Mr. Burns, 75-year. It's known. It's known. When this rally got started in 97, the numbers, I think the promoters at the time were shocked about how many people came in. And it grew, and it grew, and it grew. I think by 2004, you couldn't even walk anymore. I mean, that's how popular it was. And I can tell you, at the time, I happened to be a restaurant owner, and my restaurant at the time made 2 months worth of business in one weekend. And it was what we called our Christmas season. If you don't know, if you haven't been in business, every business has a season. Retail, without Christmas season, they're out of business. Restaurants depend on the summer season, different things, different events bring it in. That's how critically important it was, and it made a big, big difference. But there was always that conversation of, well, it's only you making money, or it's only you making money. And at the time, I'd point out, if I'm making money, everybody else is making money, because I'm spending a lot of money to get ready for this event, and I'm paying a lot of money to all these employees that we have to bring in to help, and all the goods and so on. So, back then I advocated, you guys really need to do a revenue study, because that'll tell you your true numbers rather than just guesstimating and working off emotion of saying, no, I saw that vendor and he didn't report something on the register. It's like, that's not where the money's at. The money's at all the other hotels, restaurants, all these things that are happening, and the employees then taking their money they've earned. I had bartenders and staff making over $2,000 in a weekend. I mean, they were literally fighting for the positions to get there, because they knew how much money and then they talk about all the things they would buy afterwards. So we would see this huge influx of cash and dollars going around, and yes, we paid payroll tax and everything else. That's where the big money's at. But there's ways to make sure of the other part. But it's really important, and I've said this over and over, that we get that revenue study, because the revenue study doesn't just tell you the sales tax from those vendors. It tells you, that money goes around about 6-7 times. And I brought this story up, the example before, about one of the seminars we were at League of Cities in Southern California, and Riverside was doing a presentation about their event, the Christmas Tree Lighting Festival. I think it goes on for a week now or something like that. They, at a time, were struggling to keep it going, because there were so many people saying, this is just stupid, we're losing money, it's a waste of time, look at all our staff has to work, and on and on and on. And it was near closing. Well, they finally agreed to do a revenue study, and lo and behold, it comes back, I think it's $20-30 million in revenue it was bringing in. All of a sudden, the naysayers were the biggest ones, hey, as I said, we need to keep going on with this thing. And it's, now we know it's, the true numbers are only there when you go get the true numbers. Emotionally telling a number doesn't do anything for us. But we can do simple things as far as addressing the vendor issue by simply asking each vendor to report their sales at the end of the event. What was your sales for the week?
Yeah.
So we can match later with somebody that's authorized to do it, to match those numbers that reported to the state. But more importantly, for you to know, if a vendor is reporting, well, I only made $500 this week, bad weekend, sorry. Well, then we know that vendor shouldn't come back. And I guarantee you that same vendor will come back and say, I didn't mean 500, I meant 5,000. That's how this, it's a game being played. So we can do that, and these are pretty simple things to do, but we do have to ask for it, as we do with anything. You know, the rally did get started with a local nonprofit group of people that were motorcycle enthusiasts. They lived the dream. They were excited to do it. They organized it. They made it happen. They made it very successful. But with everything, eventually they got squeezed out because the cost just, they couldn't do it. And without having that additional cash, volunteers are volunteers. Sometimes they don't want to do something, sometimes they do. But you can't depend on that. You need that steady stream income. This is where the professional organizers came in, and we had a few lemons before you came through. And one thing I've always appreciated about you is you've always been honest up front. You're never playing a game. We had one that tried to run off, matter of fact did, run off with copywriting Birthplace American Biker to own it himself. And when we found out, we said, you can't do that. It's like, well, too late, I did it now. What are you gonna do about it? I said, well, then you're not gonna be the promoter anymore. So, you know, these are the games that happen out there. That's why having a professional is so important. Can we do it ourselves? We can, but it's one massive, massive undertaking and one massive headache. And then we'd have to be sending somebody across the country to go promote it and so on and so on. Not where we want to go do. But I would say one of the things we really need to look at here is some of these empty lots that are never used for anything all year long suddenly are getting paid $30,000, $40,000 to use their lot and not paying the promoter who's making this whole event happen. We have to do something to make this fair, because we cannot keep having these, what would you call those vendors that just come in out of the blue and take advantage of it?
Ambushers.
What are they called?
Ambushers.
And the ambushers come in and take advantage of it and get the free ride without paying the promoter or the city really anything. So we have to make sure we come up with a policy on that. That would, I think, would help all of us and avoid a lot of these problems, because sometimes these people bring in things that really are inappropriate for our community. They just don't care. They're just like, too bad. So I would say that's one major deal. The workman's comp issue's been worked out. That was a conversation for years. I kept pointing out that that's not the way workman's comp works. This is how it works. Yeah. And I'm really appreciative that city manager finally got the factual answer about how workman's comp works. So that issue is done. The final issue is COVID. And, you know, February 2nd, I'll never forget this, 2020, when we got introduced to it in our community, was that time we had to take this thing serious. And at the time I said, we have to do everything we can to protect everybody we can until there's an answer to this. We have an answer now. We do have the vaccines. We have all these different things. These numbers can come down, but I think there's a point in all of our lives where we ask everybody to do what they can to protect themselves, their family, those around them. But there's got to be a point where we have to move on with life. And otherwise, we're going to be going on forever. I'll tell you, if I'm in a crowd, I'm wearing a face cover. If I'm indoor with people I don't know well and know that are not vaccinated, I'm wearing a face cover. Even with that, I still got COVID right before Christmas. Thankfully, I had all my vaccinations, so it was extremely mild for me. But I think by the time summer comes around, everybody needs to understand, either you've done your part to make sure you're safe, your family's safe, or we move on in life. Otherwise, we're going to live the rest of our lives in hiding. And I personally, I'm not ready for that anymore. I'm ready to start living my life, and I hope we can move forward with this rally and do it right. It's the 150th anniversary of the city, 75th the rally. Good things are here, and I'm looking forward to getting that answer from that company that could do the revenue. But I think all the comments Mr. Burns brought up earlier are very valid, and I appreciate that you're willing to work and talk about that contract, because I think it's important with the new council members also to have that input, that buy-in that makes it successful. Because when we do it all together, we succeed. If we're not sure we're going to fail because we're just tearing it apart, and it just doesn't work for this community. So those are my comments. Is there any other questions, Councilmember Resendez?
I'd like to hear just a brief update from fire department first. If we have any questions, you can ask them questions, and then a brief update from PD. And then I do have some remarks that I wrote down
bring them
after
all up.
hearing everything. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Randy, how you doing?
Tough the day.
Good, good.
How are you?
Good, good, hanging in there. Hey, good morning, Mayor, City Council. Do you want me to wait till Mayor comes back?
Go, yeah, you have
Oh.
the last mayor in charge now.
Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna, some of the issues or concerns that the fire department may have for an event like this. So, you know, as the fire chief, it's my responsibility to try to look for the vulnerabilities within the community, right? And by no means am I a naysayer. I'm just, this is the kind of mindset that kept me alive and brought me back in from the Middle East, right? So with that said, some of the things that I got to be concerned about is, you know, that we make a cognitive effort and understand that, you know, we're in a pandemic and we have diminished resources as it is. I don't want this to be a super spreader event, but the likelihood of it, you know, happening that way, especially with what we've seen over the last couple of weeks with the holidays, it could very well be. So as long as we're cognitive of that. Also, we've got, if I can get collaboration with law enforcement and the promoter along the way so we can come up with refined methods and best practices for a large-scale event like this, we'll be all on the same page. A couple of months ago, we met with Randy, the mayor, police chief, and we took a look at the route going in and out of the city, and it seemed to look pretty decent. I think there could be a little bit of refinement in it. Just in the event, we need to do a mass evacuation. So we have casualty collection points and all that, which leads me up to the next thing. This is a little different large-scale event than we would say any other organizations. The Garlic Festival a few years ago, we don't want to have another rendition of that, but I got to say it, okay? And I don't want to be the naysayer of this, but you got to be cognitive of being able to address a situation like that, and we got to be ahead of it. And it would be negligent of us to hope that it doesn't happen and not mention it, but we've got to plan for that. One of the other things, and I wrote stuff down as we were talking along, I do see a huge value of council or even staff going to rallies out of state. The last year that I was on active duty in Pennsylvania, they had multiple rallies in Pennsylvania, and I went to one of their biker rallies, and they do have 3-patch outlaw gangs coming in there, and how they can find it and how they were able to support it was a good eye-opener for me, because I've never been into an event like that outside of our own event. So I would say it would be a good idea for us to go ahead and take a look at that and glean from them some best practices for us. And the last thing I have is the fire department. We're already going to be upstaffing because it's the 4th of July weekend. You know, we got fireworks and all that good stuff. So we're upstaffing because of that. We're going to upstaff because it's a rally, and then we got to maintain our continuity of service. So even though we have these functions going on, these events happening, I still got to take into consideration we service 1,400 square area miles of this community. So we're not going to have just the normal 4 fire engines on the street. We're probably going to have 8 just to be safe. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, first of all, thank you for being here on a Saturday. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I was curious, you mentioned being prepared for a casualty or a mass casualty event.
Yes.
I presume as part of our standard best practices, your fire department staff trained for that, and you'd be prepared
Yeah,
for
and
that?
under NFPA 3000, if I'm not incorrect in the numerical identification of it, provides us a guideline, and we take all of our lead in supporting law enforcement. So we're going to collaborate with the Sheriff's Office and Hollister PD. Hollister PD has sent a couple of their officers out to active shooter training, in which they're going to provide us our fundamentals so we know how to support them to extricate, provide medical assistance and transportation for our casualties.
Perfect. I know in other communities I'm familiar with, they'll often practice an airplane crash out at an airport.
Correct.
And I presume we do something like that either here or in Morgan Hill or wherever that could be. But I'm wondering again if it wouldn't be beneficial to practice something more applicable and appropriate to a motorcycle rally. And you know, shut down the downtown for an afternoon or a day or whatever it looks like, and do that with law enforcement as well and allied agencies that would be involved in something like that. Because
Agreed.
rather be prepared for it and not have to do it than be unprepared for it and have to do it.
Oh yeah,
And-
absolutely.
And so in my mind, you know, you're gonna perform how you practice and train. I don't care whether you play soccer or you play the piano or if you're a firefighter or a police officer. I believe that you'll get the benefit of that. And so I would, you know, and the beauty is we have the time. We still have 6 months before the rally's here approximately. And so I think that would be good. I did hear you say, Chief, that you had some concerns maybe about the layout. And again, I'm not going to ask you to get into that here and now, but I would ask that you express that to Mr. Burke, to the city manager, and to the mayor.
Absolutely.
So that those concerns can be addressed in advance. Again, there's nothing better than pre-planning in my mind.
Correct.
And so, and again, I couldn't agree more with you than to send a team of subject matter experts, and whether it be the fire department, the police department, the city administration, or the council to future events to look at that. And frankly, Mayor, I for one am willing to take any of the brunt of the abuse, the verbal abuse about the appropriation of funds for something like this, because again, I think we're investing in our present and more importantly in our future to do
And
that.
just to clarify that, I think that argument was more about was from within the council saying, you're not going to go, I'm not going to let you go, or that person go, and so on. That's why that all
Okay,
started.
okay, yeah,
I agree
I
with you.
think that's just being smart. And so, again, Chief, thank you, I appreciate
Absolutely.
your comments and your concerns.
Mayor, kind of add to the, like, concerns of the route, I will say the police department, or through the chief, we sit down, he has numerous meetings where we do a full layout of what the event's gonna look like, and it's picked apart, it's tweaked. We really go through on a step-by-step basis what all our concerns are, right down to where K-rail is put, where access points are gonna be. So, you know, there's an initial plan of what the route is, but until we start going through those meetings, we do not have a final route as we speak. So, and then I also want to just remind everybody for this, if COVID allows us, the rally will be on July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, which has always been a concern in the past. It being on the 4th is trying to get officers. I mean, it's still going to be difficult, but at least we're not doing it on the 4th of July, which has made it really difficult with fireworks and the rally going on, and so it does ease a little bit for us.
Mayor, one final
Go ahead,
question or
sir.
thought, please. You reminded me in your last comments, I don't know if we're going to sponsor a fireworks event this year for the 4th weekend, or that period of time out at the airport like we've done in the past, but I'm curious, and it would be interesting to see how that all could tie into the rally in conjunction with the 150-year celebration. And so I just want to throw that out as another, not a concern, but an opportunity, I would say.
Correct. Councilmember Perez, has the committee been talking about fireworks show on the 4th? Yes. Okay, yeah, I kind of been letting them do it, but I mean, sooner or later, real soon, we're going to have to make a decision, because we need
Yeah, that we will be presenting pretty in the near future.
Okay.
And again, I think this is an opportunity for Mr. Burke to also announce that, you know, advertise that as part of the bigger, grander deal. And frankly, our businesses as well. I mean, you know, it could become a great event to come to for an extended weekend. Often I go to conferences and they'll say, if you want to stay or come in 2 days early, we'll give you the same rate, the discounted rate. You want to stay 2 days after, same thing. And we do benefit from TOT. And people visiting our community at any time. And so, but I think, again, I think it'd be good to know if this council's gonna move forward with that or not sooner than later. I mean, my experience has been, and it's only my impression, that often these decisions are made when there's limited options. And so, again, I think that's part of the bigger conversation. Thank you, and I will try to be quiet.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? And I think we want to hear from the chief.
Good.
If you wanted to speak, go ahead and submit a card if you haven't already. Yeah, we did in the beginning, but we'll come back. Chief, did you want to make any comments?
Sure, thank you. I'll try to be brief. As you know, unlike the fire department, we have to hire officers from other parts of the state and other cities to supplement the requirement for public safety in our rally downtown event. The brief discussion that we had when Mr. Burke was here in regards to the plan of returning traffic down East Street would essentially increase the footprint of the rally. It might be necessary to add even more additional public safety personnel to make sure that is well taken care of. And you're also going to be enclosing several businesses that before in other rallies had a way out, in and out to get their merchandise in. So just like the city manager said, the final layout should be after the discussions with public safety in the city, where it would be the best way to route people in and out of the downtown. It's going to be really difficult to get people, officers here for a holiday weekend. Law enforcement agencies throughout the state are understaffed, including ours. We have currently 5 vacancies and 4 people out on extended medical leaves due to surgeries. It takes us a long time to hire people, so we are definitely going to need to hire people from outside. Those law enforcement agencies that used to provide officers in the past are not available to us because of the holiday weekend and being understaffed. So I've reached out to in the past to CDCR, corrections, probation departments, and try to supplement with them. I've also reached out to the Highway Patrol, and they gave me initial figures. Highway Patrol comes at a very high rate as compared to other smaller agencies that used to assist us in the past. So you're looking for officers to supplement to have to reimburse the state at over $100 an hour for those officers. They're also including mileage. Our current CHP office is understaffed as well, extremely. So if CHP is going to be able to help, we need to let them know as soon as possible and enter into a contract. And they're going to have to try to find where these officers from across the state would have to come down to Hollister and assist us in the rally. That also comes with additional expenses, as you would imagine, to have to house those officers in our community or nearby. Well, I've mentioned to the rally, I mentioned to the council before about the incident in August where we had 41 Mongols come into our community and take pictures at Johnny's Bar. For those of you familiar with the outlaw motorcycle gang culture, you know what that means. This has been considered, or the Hells Angels have considered Hollister their territory. There's been ongoing instances across the state and the nation of fighting incidents and shootings between those 2 motorcycle gangs. And the Mongols have been increasing their numbers, and they're opening up clubhouses throughout the state of California. So that is a big concern, and that's something that we need to plan for, and is the reason why we need to have security officers here to do the best job that we can to ensure the safety of the community during that holiday weekend. We already have during those events the Corbin facility, their event, and Hollister Motorsports has their events. So that also pulls police personnel to make sure that that area is being taken care of or at least monitored. And we do not have any cameras or downtown cameras in those events. So we have to have people there to make sure that the event is occurring in a safe manner. And in the past, I think the mayor mentioned the volunteers and how sometimes that doesn't work. That also happened with this current promoter when we've had volunteer positions in important positions of security or crosswalks, and those volunteers have walked away through halfway through or at the beginning of the rally. The beer gardens have been manned by volunteers as well. And when you have people who are just volunteers, they don't want to get into confrontations and cut people off, and that's been an issue in the past. So that the necessity to have security officers in there or officers to make sure that the drinking doesn't get out of hand, so that it creates problems in there and outside the rally. 90% of the rally, there's no way to search people. There's no way to ensure that they're not carrying weapons or anything else. We put up all these rules about knives and weapons, and it's the culture of the motorcycle, especially the three patchers, to carry weapons on them all the time. And we do the best we can, but hasn't been a year where we're not finding weapons on the participants and the people who come down here. And to talk currently about the contract, the contract was written by Mr. Burke. It was not, it's my understanding, had no city input. And in that contract, the city has no way to cancel, to get out of it. And I think there should be something addressed there, not just for COVID, for public safety, but if there's a possibility that we cannot find enough officers for this event, the city should have the option to for public safety purposes to not have the rally. And I don't think the rights of the city are properly addressed in that contract. And city manager advised that the rally is happening on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and that might make it easier. It actually makes it harder for us because it's still a holiday weekend, and traditionally Sunday people start riding out of here early because they have to go to work the next day. And this year, the 4th is going to be a holiday. So we anticipate, when this has happened in the past, that Sunday that we hope ends sooner, there's still an issue for monitoring the bars and events that night because people don't necessarily have to get home. We've in the past also in regards to one of the things I want to comment is there used to be 3 or 4 larger or similar sized rallies in California. And my understanding is the reason that has not, they're not happening anymore. It goes along the lines and along with the history of the rallies, the shootings that have happened in other states, and the violence that goes on there. It's not a moneymaker, whichever way you want to explain it, and it's just an industry wide. The rallies that we went to in the past, they're just not happening as well or as big as they are. The main ones, like Daytona and Sturgis, are still going, and we had the opportunity to go to the Sturgis. Past captains did go to Sturgis. I had the opportunity to go to the Leesburg, Florida rally. And we went to that one because it's more along the same size as the Hollister rally. And if council members or members from the city are anticipating or hoping to go to a rally, that's the one I would suggest that you go to, because Leesburg is very similar to Hollister in that this event, it grows for that event hugely. And it's not like Sturgis that, there's nothing going on there until the rally. They live for the rally. And Leesburg is a city and a community that has to work and operate all year long, and then they have to ramp up for their event. Their police chief actually has been to our rally as well. And we looked at some of the things that they did over there, and we learned from them. And they've actually implemented some of the safety concerns and issues that we've done here. So there's a really good relationship. So that's the one I would suggest that if anyone's considering going to, that you would go to that rally. I think I covered everything as I was taking notes. It's the biggest concern is finding public safety personnel for an event and trying to ensure as best we can safety, which it's not up to us. It's going to be up to the people who come to the rally.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Councilmember Burns.
Thanks, Chief. I've heard what you've said quite clearly. If we were to commit to the rally and want to lock in public safety, law enforcement personnel, how long would it take to get a commitment? I heard you talk about the highway patrol, and I'm, I don't know, and I don't know for security purposes if it'd be appropriate to discuss the number of law enforcement officers, but how long, if this council said today we're moving forward with the rally, how long would it take you to get the council a dollar number for the number of personnel you need and confirm that they're going to guarantee that those people come on board? Because again, it's not fair to anybody to take this thing till April or May and go, oh, no, rally's off. And so, do you have a sense for that, sir?
Just real quick for Carlos' sake, I would say public safety never discussed the number of officers that they have.
Right.
So I'll answer that question for him, but go ahead, Carlos, for the rest.
And I want to say that for those of you that have been around since the beginning of the rally, when the discussion was the huge amount expenses of personnel, 2004 around there, we've never been to those numbers since I've been a captain. They're dramatically reduced, primarily because the inability to get as many, and we changed the way we managed the safety, but we don't discuss for obvious reasons how many those criminal element would take that information and try to use it against us and try to exploit any perceived holes in our safety plan. But I did reach out to, in my conversations with CHP, there is a concern based on their numbers if they will even be able to provide the numbers that I asked for. But if the council was to go to move forward, and in consideration of the promoters' comments about March, I say that I could reach out to CDCR, probation departments, everyone that we've reached out to before, and get a commitment and a possible, as much as we can, a possible number, so that we can share that information with the council before that March date, hopefully by next month.
Thank you, Chief. I think that'd be very helpful. I would also agree, Chief, that with regards to the contract, current or future, that there be a component in there that would allow the city to cancel. Obviously, it would be at our expense, and I don't think the promoter should bear any of their out-of-pocket expenses if it was our choosing to do so. But again, just like with COVID, if we can't appropriately police the event, we shouldn't move forward with it, and there would be a financial cost for that. But I think that should be part of the contract as well. Mr. Prado, I can't let you get out of here today without having a question or two for you as well, sir. So I did hear also comments that Corbin is a primary, or has a major event, and my understanding in the past when the rally was postponed or canceled, they still went forward. And so can you tell me a little bit about what your familiarity is with the Corbin event? And I presume that's either done through a special event permit or through, it's part of their conditional use permit. And so can you talk to that, please, sir?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Tim. As mentioned earlier by the mayor, the city does have various private properties throughout downtown and even throughout our city. Corbin being one of them, and then we have a various throughout the downtown area. There are some that are not necessarily vacant. There are like the Hollister Muffler Shop. We have Jesse's Pizza, Grace Bible Church. We have others that are primarily private, and they have a temporary use permit application that they apply for to have an event, to have a vendor establish themselves there and be able to either sell. Usually it's retail sales that they have. In regards to the Corbin property, that is a larger area, and so because it's a larger area, they go through a public assembly permit. They go through a little bit of a different process than the other smaller areas, like the vacant lot next to the Vets Memorial Building, and Hollister Muffler Shop and Jesse's. All those go through the planning department. They get a temporary use permit. We have standard conditions of approval that have been adopted by the city council for safety purposes. There's special conditions that says that if at any time the public safety officer notices that there are some issues that are going on in that area that may be dangerous to the public, that they have the ability to shut down. And so all of that is aligned and written on our temporary use permit requirements. However, the Corbin property that's a little bit larger, within the city of Hollister city limits, that is done a little bit separately through a public assembly permit, if I'm not mistaken.
So, I guess let's talk about Corbin's first of all. I would presume there's a component for security involved in that, and our police department, our fire department weigh in on that. Correct. To ensure that, again, it doesn't sound like we have the resources to provide off-duty police officers or reserve police officers or others to deal with that. And so my sense is that's being addressed proactively in advance. And there's a history there as well. So we can base our decisions on the past actions that have or have not occurred there. Is there, for example, let's talk about the smaller venues like the gas station downtown here.
Sure.
It seems like when they bring in all of that retail, gasoline sales is the least thing on their mind. But when that, 9, 10, 11 months out of the year, that's part of what they use to. So it just feels like it changes the nature of the business, and so the code allows for that.
That's correct, Councilmember Tim. As a matter of fact, there is a condition of approval that's standard for like the gas station, that gasoline is not used, that they block their services for the gasoline if they're gonna have an actual tent and they're gonna have retail sales on that particular site per se. So that we look at every individual private property, and we analyze it through our development review committee that's made up of not only planning, building, and engineering, but also fire, police. And so we make sure that we evaluate the site thoroughly. And it's been our common practice that for like the gas station, that they put a lock on the gas stations, so no operation of the gas is for public safety.
And that makes perfect sense to me. You don't want cars pulling in where there are people not paying attention, and you don't want the risk of a fire. I understand.
Correct.
How about the lot across the street on 7th, I think it is, across from the vets?
Yes.
How do you take a piece of dirt and then all of a sudden have the authority to just do retail sales?
Yes, good question, Councilmember Tim. So yeah, that's another common property that usually comes in and asks for a temporary use permit as well. And normally they put up a tent on that site, and normally they do retail sales on that particular property. And so our common application review is to make sure that there is going to be an area that throughout the event and whenever the setup is finalized, that there is going to be an open area from one point to the other, and not just necessarily just block that whole lot with merchandise or product. And so we look at that safety aspect of it, and they at that point they submit their application, they submit a sketch, and we review it, police, fire, the whole development review committee, and if we find that it's it's safe to the best of the ability, then we proceed with the approvals with conditions of approval. Again, making sure that at any point, if there is any type of perceived threat to the public, that the police department or a public safety officer can shut down the lot.
So in the past, has that also happened directly across the street? I'm going to date myself now because I don't know the current businesses, but across the street from where once upon a time used to be the Jeep Chrysler Dodge dealership, that's now a homeless encampment?
On San Benito, between I would say Hill Street and First Street, possibly on the west side of
Yes.
San Benito
Yeah,
Street.
that's it.
Yeah, in the past we have had temporary use permits for that site as well, and I want to say that that's occurred in the past where there would be tents set up there by the retailer who it's usually the applicant who we deal with. The property owner is required to sign off on the application, knowing well what's going to happen or what's being proposed to occur on that site by the applicant. And normally we deal with the actual applicant, whether there be vendors that come in from different states, or sometimes nonprofit organizations also apply to be on these sites. But it's mainly, we see a lot of retailers from out of state that come in and want to set up on those sites.
I'm also a little concerned about the Kmart lot as well, the old
Yes.
Kmart. I mean, that's a huge piece of property.
Yes.
And I really think it puts our law enforcement in an awkward situation
Yes.
to deal with it when it's happening. And so I think some preparation would be appropriate in advance. And I don't know if the council has the authority through the municipal code to really take a closer look at that. I'm a little bit troubled by the fact that you can have a vacant parcel sit vacant for 11 months and 3 weeks and 2 or 3 or 4 days,
Right.
and then generate income, and then it goes right back to where it is. So I would ask your professional opinion if there's some way that we, through some aggressive commitment and language, to maybe go in and amend the existing codes to make it more appropriate and legal.
Right.
And that'd probably be a Mr. Epperson question as well.
Yeah.
But again, I think we have the time. We've got 6 months, and I've seen this council move quickly on things.
Right.
And so I'd like to look at that as well.
Very
And
well.
so, sorry you couldn't get out here without me bothering you. But,
No,
thank you for
anytime.
being here as well on a Saturday.
You're very welcome,
Thank you,
Councilmember
sir.
Tim.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I do want to follow up. Mr. Burns, great questions. I'm glad he asked them. And he brought up something really important. And, when we talk about this, we should think of it as a rally zone. But he brought up, I thought was important, was Jesse's Pizza. Because here's a business that is in business all year long. But when the rally happens, they get shut off. And they rent space, which is great. To me, that's fine. They should be able to, because they need to make up on some of that revenue. But I think part of that would be to make sure that those that come in from out of town have to still pay the promoter a fee for even setting up. So whatever that fee is, they can work it down to make sure the promoter is getting the fee. The other issue is those vacant lots that are not open 11 months, 3 weeks out of the year, but suddenly spring open from people that are from out of town, make their money and leave, and probably don't report most of if any of the sales tax. Those are the areas I'm most concerned about, and I think some of the other properties you mentioned are really important. So we got to make sure we're addressing those areas, those key areas, and even our own vets building.
Right.
We have people renting the courtyard, but are they going through the promoter type of a deal? We just got to make sure we're in control of this, so we're working with our partner, the promoter, or whatever it is, so it's a little more
Right.
clear, and we don't have those. I'm going to make a deal over here, so I don't pay you over there. Make my money, I'm out of here, type of a thing.
That makes sense.
We're going to work together. We got to work together, and I appreciate those comments. I thought they're very important comments. Councilmember Resendez, and then I see the chief.
Well,
Yeah, so just piggybacking on what the mayor and Councilmember Burns were talking about, I'm assuming they are getting business license, these ambushers, that's how I'm gonna refer to them.
Yes.
They're getting business license, right?
Part of the temporary use permit requirement that we have for the planning department on these smaller private properties is that they provide us with the business license requirement, business license and seller.
So they're
permit.
required to report their taxes as well.
We require that they provide us with a business license as a condition of, we won't issue the temporary use permit unless it shows evidence of that.
Okay, and then I think the chief,
Yeah, and I do want to make one other point. It just occurred to me, and the chief mentioned this. An example is Sturgis. If anybody's ever visited Sturgis during the off season, meaning non-rally season, it's a vacant town. It's a ghost town, because everybody makes so much money just from the rally that they don't need to be there for the rest of the year. That's what we don't want to become. And that's why I'm mentioning some of these vacant lots and vacant places. And all of a sudden they open up, hey, we're making enough money this weekend. We don't need to worry about ever opening a business. We don't want that. If we have a retailer or a restaurant or somebody that's doing business all year, put out the parklet, make as much money as you can. We want to encourage this. We want you to fill up your pockets with money from this weekend. If you're not, no.
Yeah.
And we got to be aware of that. Go.
I know this is going long, but this is important, and I do have a long list of notes that I was taking throughout this conversation. So first off, I just want to thank all of you guys, because I know that you're working hard, the promoter's working hard, PD and fire department's working hard, but what I'm hearing, and generally speaking, is that we need to know where we're going. So I would ask the council to make a commitment one way or the other at the end of this discussion. What are we moving forward with? And from what I'm hearing, it sounds like the consensus or the general consensus of this council is that they are supportive moving forward, but I'd like to put that on the record. So I do have some comments. I work at a school. I'll be fully transparent. I have not got COVID. I am around COVID every single day. I've got my vaccinations. I've got my boosters. I wear my mask. I don't make it a habit to go out and try to catch COVID or be around people. I'm taking these precautions and the measures that are offered to me. The mayor made a great point about it. I don't have a crystal ball. I might be eating my words in a few months, I'll be honest.
Please knock on wood now, please.
For two things, right? That number one, that I don't catch COVID. But number two, I am not willing to shut anything down anymore because of this pandemic. I don't want the schools shut down. I don't want our business to shut down. And I do not want our rally postponed another year because of COVID. I'm over it. Everybody's over it. We've got to learn to live with this. We've got to take the best measures that we can, but I'm just so fed up and I'm so frustrated, like probably many other people out there. So that's not even a concern to me at this point. Again, I might be having a different perspective in a couple months because we are a rational council here, right? I just want to put that on the record. So I thought that the promoter brought up some good points about the contract. No offense to you, sir, but we've had a 5-year contract, but we canceled 2 years, and then we're going to renegotiate another one. I think it sounds like more we might just want to update the contract rather than to renegotiate a total new contract. And I'm okay with that as long as the promoter's okay with that. But a contract's a contract. We entered into this agreement, and I'd really rather him have some input on that. And if he wants to update it, that's fine. If we are, then some of the things that we can talk about are having commitments or participation from local nonprofits to be involved in it. Of course, an analysis of data is what I'm hearing from everybody, right? And even that's not going to be perfect. There are people making money off of this that are not going to be included in our analysis, right? There's plenty of money to be made, and we cannot get an exact measurement. But I'm hearing from the years past that's been a problem and a huge concern, and it's still a concern. So we need to address it. The problem is, if we don't have a rally, we're never going to be able to address that, right? We're never going to have the data and be able to analyze that. I'm not really in favor of reimbursement of lost costs to the promoter over the years. I'll be honest, but he's a private businessman. I don't know if he recouped some of that money from grants that were out there. And I don't even think we should go ask that information. If we want to include that as a clause moving forward, then I'm perfectly okay with that, as long as there's no double dipping involved. The fireworks are being advertised on the 150th website as well. So I saw that on there. And then, again, these empty lots, I think that's something we probably need to address regardless, right? Kmart, the dirt lot, we can't turn into a city like the mayor described as Sturgis, that we're going to be having these precious spots and then we're just going to leave them empty or have problems such as blight or homelessness, just like the city of Watsonville had, and just kind of hoard those. We need to make the best use out of our city. And I know we can't dictate what those private owners do, but we need to get a little bit more involved in that process, right? I'm wondering about the reporting of taxes, the business license, that type of thing. As far as going to other rallies, I'm not necessarily in favor of the council going at all, I'll be honest. I just think it's just not a good idea. We're here for a short time possibly, right? I'd really like for the city manager, the staff to go. I'm not in favor of just going to one rally. I'd like them to go to several. And if the majority of the council agrees that the council should go or the mayor should go, then it should be offered to everybody, not just one person up here, would be my thoughts on that. But I don't think it's necessarily the best idea. I'd rather let staff deal with that. I'm just being honest. I'm sorry, Rick. Well, I'll save my my thoughts on that for another time. I think the staff should go, and they need to go, right? And I would leave it to them on that. And then I do remember that we brought this up before. Why did we commit to a 5-year contract? And Mr. Burke brought it up. It was because of the consistency aspect. That was a big thing. You can't go and get these people invested, so to speak, in your event, in your community, if you're going back and forth, whether we're not going to have it or not. And that's been a big problem. So we're not going to know how successful this can be if we keep waffling back and forth. I think that, like it was stated by the vice mayor, was stated by the mayor, this is the home of the American Biker Rally. This is part of who we are. Hollister's looking to brand itself with the Pinnacle Parks, but we're also branded, whether we like it or not, as the home of the American bikers here. The majority of the constituents in the community that I've spoken to are very much in favor of this. We're never, ever going to be fully prepared for a number of things that are going to come at us as far as liabilities, right? But I have trust in our staff, I have trust in our community, and I have trust in the people that are visiting our community that they're going to do the best they can to ensure that we're safe and that we have a successful event year after year. But we really need to make a commitment to this, and we really need to work out all the kinks as we go along. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It just came up when Abraham was talking, just so the council knows that the last event that the Corbin had, we did have an agreement for security, and he was supposed to have 12 security officers, only had 2. And so that necessitated officers being out there, and fire was out there as well, and there was some other issues. So we can ask for a permit and ask them to comply with what the public safety is, but at the end of the day, they do whatever they want. My understanding is that he was cited. He was issued several citations for those violations, so I hope it doesn't happen again. And in regards to the contract was lacking, just for lack of a better term. And the fact that he did not have the rally, that he canceled it himself, that wasn't even addressed in the contract. So there is an opportunity here for the city. My understanding is the contract has been violated by the promoter because he didn't give himself an out to be able to cancel it himself. The fact that he canceled it 2 times gives the opportunity for the city to go back and renegotiate or adjust or update the contract. But the public safety and the rights and the protections to the city should be part of that contract, and it wasn't there before, well expressed. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. I do want to clarify, he didn't cancel. We canceled on him. We didn't allow it to move forward. So it's very important.
My understanding in the conversations we had, we were waiting for him to cancel it, because if he didn't and we did, we would be on the hook for that.
We voted as a council not to move forward. There was a consensus at the time not to move forward because of COVID the first year, and then again, the second year we had a long discussion about it, and the majority felt it wasn't prudent to move forward with the rally. I remember he was ready to move forward with the rally at that point, just so we're clear.
It was the conversations we had with him, not at the council, about him not moving forward with it, not being able to. So that's what I recall from it. But it's not addressed in the contract, and the conversations I had with Jason Epperson about that it wasn't appropriately addressed there. So this is an opportunity for the city to put something in there that protects the city as well, not just the promoter.
Absolutely. I think when there's an opportunity to improve things, we do it. I think originally that contract came from some of the other,
Correct.
the past events, and then it was improved on, and that's part of the process. We learn and we improve and we make the adjustments.
Yeah, maybe I should ask maybe for a majority, I'll stop using the word consensus.
Yeah, let's get rid of it.
It sounds like by the promoter, some of the council have kind of said it in different ways that Jason and I can, the city attorney and myself can work with the promoter to just update some of these things and put in some of those concerns. 'Cause, I mean, the wording is a little loose in it. I mean, there is, our police chief can really stop any event when there's a public assembly permit, but we probably should have some clarity that where there's no risk to either parties involved.
I agree. Councilmember Sendez and then Mr. Burns.
I would say that we do it after the rally, because my concern is that we're going to stall or we're not going to get to an agreement, and that's going to hinder us from getting the rally to go. I would say we can do that directly after the rally, unless it's agreed upon the promoter, but I really am not interested in visiting it at this time. I'd rather much see that we have a commitment from the council to move forward with the rally. That's what I would like to see at this time.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So unlike Councilmember Resendez, I'm pretty adamant that we do rewrite the contract, but I am also morally and ethically and sounds like legally committed as a council member to this year's event going forward, absent a public safety risk like COVID. And so I'm not as optimistic as Mr. Resendez, but I am hopeful, and I'm willing to commit to that. But I do think that there needs to be an element in the contract for it being canceled for public safety reasons, whether it be health related as in the pandemic, or if our police department cannot secure adequate public safety personnel to staff the event, then in my mind it's a no-go. And I do want that to be clear, but I'm also willing to commit to it. And I would like to see the contract rewritten for whether it be 3 years or 2 years, and just commit to this year minus the conversation. I think I'm good with that. But I also had a different question.
Okay.
For the first time now, I've heard that Corbin violated the CUP and they received several citations. I also suspect that that's just the price of doing business. And while it's an event, events usually happen with a financial incentive in mind. And so I would presume when it comes time for this special assembly event, whatever, I don't remember the words that Mr. Parado used specifically, but this council could take a vote on that. And if we say no, it's done before it gets started. And I know that could be a huge challenge, but I also think it's only fair to bring this out at this time because it may factor into the promoter's decision on the event itself. And I, for one, am offended by the fact that they would misrepresent what has been suggested here, that they were going to have 12, they had 2, and for the first time ever, I've heard that now, not only that's brand new news to me, but it's also news that the PD had to be involved in the fire department. And I would have thought that they could have been hit with a bill for city staff time, although it doesn't sound like that happened either. But I would be hard pressed to support the Corbin event based on the past history of this last year. And again, I'm only speaking for me, but frankly, I thought this was a really good conversation, but I'm a little angry now. And it's got nothing to do with the motorcycle event. It's got everything to do with what I just recently heard.
Correct.
So,
Abraham, do you remember how many citations they received?
I know that they were cited, but yeah, it was a public assembly permit process, and that usually is directly. Planning is not necessarily involved with the public assembly, and that's directly with the city council. Where planning is more with the private property, but I know that they were cited multiple times, as Chief mentioned.
So, I mean, pretty much what Abraham's saying is, so in the near future, they're going to be asking for that, and you can have a nice frank conversation with them that you're not going to put up with that anymore.
well, that's understatement from my perspective. about putting up with it. Again, I'm offended by it, frankly, and I wasn't here to be involved in it, but it speaks to their character, of their commitment, and their word, and honestly, I have a real problem with saying yes, and hopefully that the fact that they were cited, I would hope in the staff report that's issued with their application that it's detail specific. How many times were they cited? What were they cited for? I would like the chief's or the PD's perspective on it. I would like the fire department or the fire chief's perspective on it. And I would like to know what the consequences were, the costs were, the fines were. I'm looking for a very comprehensive and detailed staff report. And it's going to be really hard for me to go forward and vote yes on that at this time. And I think it's very important that Mr. Burke hear that, because I don't know how the two are interwoven or interlinked. But to me, there's something inherently wrong with that, and I would say shame on them.
Correct.
So, I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
So I got basically 1-to-1 on, and I probably should say not update, it probably is an addendum to the contract, because we do have a contract in place. I think we can fairly come up with a benefit for Mr. Burke and for the city, so.
I lied again. I am not done. So my my concern isn't about the money. My concern is about the other elements that we've spoken about.
Yes.
The only point where it's a money issue for me is if the PD cannot move forward to get the necessary public safety personnel necessary to provide safe event for our community.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Perez.
So I think we got a couple different issues here. One is the contract. I think it needs to be updated, amended, whatever you want to
Correct.
call that. I don't feel that the city of Hollister, especially after the last bid of 130,000, he saved 50,000 off the top. I understand small business or business. I'm a small business. I take a lot of hits. I take a lot of them, but that's part of it. But the other thing is, it has to be updated or amended, because if safety is ultimate, you know.
Correct.
I'd like to see that taken care of right away. I'd like to see us go in a direction today, also leaving here. That way, they would be able to know which way that way everyone knows which way we're going. But also that. In that, if we can't get the police, that's not going to happen.
Correct. No,
Most
yeah.
of all.
The safety of our community is most important.
Yeah, and then it's a good thing to address. So, I mean, do we have any vendors that we're setting up at Kmart? No.
Councilmember Perez, there was no, in the past rallies, there haven't been any that have set up at Kmart. However, the temporary use permit for private properties does indicate that commercial or industrial site zones are the ones that are able to be able to have a temporary use permit on their parking lot. We look at the ins and outs, ingress, egress, if there's going to be any parameters we try to avoid any type of fencing. We just want to make sure that it's open and it's safe. But if in the future, because it is a general commercial site, that is a potential for it. However, it is a fairly large area, give or take. If we anticipate more than 100 people at any given time, that gets transferred from a temporary use permit that the planning department process, even though it's with the development review committee and every member is involved, to then that of a public assembly permit, and that's more the city clerk's office and city council that deal with that to get presented to you for approval.
And I don't even know if I should actually even speak on it, the whole citation thing, because that's not what's on the agenda. So I'm not even going to speak on that one. But just one last thing to say. I would like to see a full staff report on that, because I'd hate to make any judgments without knowing all the incidents. I mean, did 10 people come down with COVID and they decided not to come to work? I don't know. But you know what? But yeah, but if people aren't going to follow what they agree to on these assembly permits, shut them down. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I do want to make one quick comment, because I did hear the number about the 130,000. The contract in the past was designed, it was 180, And then there was a credit for business licenses of about 30,000, another credit for sales tax for another about 30,000, I think it was. It was about 60,000 that was credited back. That's how they worked in the past. So it's not like he got a cheaper deal. It's just those are credited up front, knowing the past history. That's how those numbers came about.
I'd like to see those removed.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of, again, these are some of the numbers that make these things work, because one of the issues we found in the past was eventually enough promoters said, look, you know, you're asking us to upfront the money and then credit it back. It's a lot of cash. So why don't we know the numbers already. You know they're going to be there based on history. So why are we paying that? And that's when we came to the numbers of the 130, whatever it was. So just so
Yeah,
clear.
yeah, and before any of those numbers are solidified, I'd like that those numbers to come back before council.
Yeah,
for sure.
so it's conversations we can be having. Any other questions? I think we had a speaker card now.
Well, we're still trying to figure out if we want to do the addendum to the contract, so,
Let's hear from the speaker and then we can.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, we had a.
Oh, sorry.
Speaker, and then we'll come back.
Priscilla Jones?
Thank you. I just had a quick question regarding, this is coming from a standpoint of being a concerned citizen with the infrastructure of the EMS system in the town. Is there a plan in place so that we as citizens know if an MCI does happen at an event like this, a mass casualty incident, that the EMS system is not affected for emergencies that happen? You know, it's 4th of July weekend, someone blows their hand up or something like that. How would we know as citizens that you're not going to run out of ambulances? So is there a plan to bring in more? Is that on AMR? Is that on fire? I'm just curious.
I will let the chief, he
Okay.
speak on that.
Good question.
Yeah, because from what I understand, Hazel Hawkins just got upgraded to a level 4 trauma center.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't be able to handle a major incident, so you're taking an ambulance. It's gonna, if CalSTAR can't transport, that would take at least 3 hours to get to Valley Medical. It's a level 1, or Natividad, so that's just a concern that, as like a mom, I would have. Because, you know, emergencies are gonna happen regardless, and for something huge to happen downtown, is that gonna suck up all of the ambulances for the town? And then we're all left with nothing.
So
That was my concern.
good question. And to answer it, what we have is a mutual aid plan with all different counties. With that, it can happen not just for a rally, but because we've got 5 fault lines in this community, it can happen now. And then we will be drained of our resources in a matter of 3 medical aids. So we've got a contingency plan on an ongoing basis. Having the rally just gives us a heightened state of awareness, because something can potentially happen, but something can potentially happen right now. So you got 3 ambulances in the county today, because you have one here in Hollister, one in San Juan Bautista, and then one at Hollister Hills, correct, Hollister Hills.
Okay.
So that's just for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. On Monday, we're gonna go back down to 2. So we do upstaff. If we can contract for an ambulance, we probably could, but it's gonna be extremely expensive.
And that was my concern with the influx of people coming into the town.
Mhm.
Is there like a set number for every 20,000 you get another ambulance, or is there?
Well,
Is it
there are numbers, so,
Okay.
like for fire, it's, for every 1,000 people, you have, 1 firefighter. For
Okay.
police, I think it's 1.5. I can't remember what the statistics are, but that's a best practice.
Okay.
You know, and we try to abide by that by all means, so
And
I hope
think
I
that
answered
would-
the,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just something that I was thinking of. I think it would be a concern for citizens as well. If a major fight breaks out between 2 biker gangs and it's like 5 people get stabbed, and now all of the ambulance and resources for the city are allocated there, and someone has a heart attack in another part of the city, are they not going to receive care because of that? And I think that, that's concerning. And can Hazel Hawkins handle that, or how would we as citizens know that we're taken care of as well? So that's just something
Thank you.
to think about.
So, but as the chief mentioned, there's a mutual aid plan. Whenever there's give you an example, whenever there's a large fire here, mutual aid's called, and Watsonville's here, Salinas, Gilroy, as our partners. The reality is, in public safety is, there is no way any one community could ever afford having the perfect scenario 24/7. We could, but you would not like your taxes on that. So that's why agencies work together, because we don't know when something major is going to happen, as the chief pointed out. That earthquake can happen anytime. You know, numerous things can happen, and mutual aid comes together to make this thing work. Same as a hospital. Usually, the complaint about the hospital is there's too many beds and nobody using it. Why do we have the hospital? Until the beds are full because of COVID, and it's like, why don't we have more beds? You know, this is how it works, and the hospital is always suffering cash because they don't have enough patients until COVID hit, right? So these are the realities of balancing government. The alternative is extremely high taxes, and I guarantee you if that were the case, everybody would be very upset that we're spending so many tax dollars on this also. There's a balance. And when we find the right balance, we can get the roads fixed, we can do all these things, which, by the way, we are doing. So, good things. Okay.
We do have one speaker on Zoom, Carol Lenore. We will unmute you.
Good morning to everybody. I've been listening intently to the rally discussion. It sounds like you're probably headed in the direction to have the rally. And since I live here 365 days out of the year, I would ask that you bump up some speed control, maybe even temporary speed cushion for some part of the length of San Benito Street, not just on my block. It is a green light at South Street, and it is loud and it is fast. And I'm really concerned also with people crossing the streets. The speed limit's 15 now. I don't need a motorcycle going by at 50. They gun it. If you don't live where I live, so I'm telling you, it's not good. So I'm hoping for some enhanced speed control as they progress down south from South Street. You also have East Street that's taken more traffic, which is my backyard. So I get it on both sides. So a little bit of control there would be really nice. And again, I don't know where the COVID's going. I think Mr. Resendez is a little flippant with his comments. I'm concerned about it. I probably won't attend because I don't know where everybody's been. I hope we don't turn out to be the hot spot that spreads it back out into all the other communities. I really don't want that reputation. So hopefully it'll settle down and we won't have any issue, but I don't think COVID, I'm not tired of it. I want it to go away, but I also want a lot of safety precautions. So I really appreciate you. And also I really wish you would listen to your police chief. You hired him. He's a professional. None of you work in law enforcement except for maybe Mr. Burns in the past. I think you should give him more credit for what he's saying. He's been here a long time as well. And I'd like to see you follow some of his recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just for the record, we are the hot spot. We're above state average, way above the state average compared to other communities surrounding us. So shame on us. All right, so you need direction on the Denver contract and to go ahead and have conversations with the promoter. How does it, I personally feel I'm fine with that. I think the promoter probably would like that himself because I'm sure there's things in there that he's not very fond of. I don't know, how is it, Vice Mayor, how do you feel?
Yeah, what's the issues in the contract itself?
Well, they'll negotiate and they'll kind of go back and forth. And Councilmember Morales?
I'm fine with that.
You're fine with that. So we're going to say consensus because I think if we use the word majority, the city attorney might not be happy about that word either.
I think you could say supermajority.
We'll just say
Then we're in trouble. Then we're in big
we'll just
trouble.
say staff got their direction.
Staff got the direction on that part of it.
Yes.
The other question was,
Are we committed to
Are we
Yeah,
committed?
that's
Are
up
we
to the
committed to
council, or
move
are you
forward?
committed to moving forward? But
And
that wasn't from staff.
I think the only concern, and Mr. Burns, maybe you could help me here, but if for some reason the security issue cannot be accomplished, then we have a problem. I think we all agree on that. So minus that, is there a consensus to commit to the?
Mayor, I'd like to suggest that I'm certainly prepared to commit to it by no later than the first week in March. But the driving forces for me are going to be COVID, will be my number one priority, and public safety and the PD being able to recruit enough people to adequately and safely provide security for the event. And so those are my two contingents, and I'm willing to commit to it by, by the first week in March. I mean, either we move forward or we choose not to. And I think it would be ideal to maybe schedule agendize the item for whatever the first meeting in March is to make a commitment on that would be my recommendation, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor, correct?
I agree. Actually, I would like to modify that a little bit more to even okay that right now, and the only thing that would stop it would be a mandatory shutdown by the state and/or the security issue.
Okay.
I would like to work with the promoter as much as possible, but I can go either way, though.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Morales?
I think you're going to have problems recruiting police because every organization is just, they just don't have staffing. So I think we need to look at the contract. I think we need to look at alternatives, but I would say agendize for the first week of March. I wouldn't like to approve it right now, but I think that it's beneficial for the community. And I think we just need to be really realistic about our circumstances at the moment.
Thank you. I would personally go with Vice Mayor's recommendation, other than the shutdown by the state or the lack of security is what you're.
And contract.
And the contract. So I would agree with that. I think that's what you were saying too.
Yeah, 100%.
So I think
So moving forward, but not committed to.
yes.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir.
Mayor, there is one other item I do want to bring up in relation to the rally. And again, I respectfully disagree with Councilmember Resendez. We're just of differing opinions. I do think if the promoter can prove that they had out-of-pocket expenses for both of the rallies that did not go forward, that I would like to see us reimburse him for that up to an X amount of dollars, or totally, because again, my understanding is during my tenure on the council, we actually did vote not to move forward with it, and I think, I don't remember the vote count. I guess it doesn't matter. The bottom line was the majority voted not to move forward, and that if he had out-of-pocket expenses that he couldn't have anticipated, I think we have a financial, well, maybe not a financial obligation or responsibility, but I'd say we have a moral responsibility to reimburse him for those. And so clearly I know, again, we've got one thumbs up and one thumbs down, but I think I would like to see what the rest of the council thinks about that, and I'll accept the outcome regardless. Thank you.
Well, maybe 2020, it was very clear there was not going to be a rally. I mean, that was decision made pretty early as this thing was happening. 2021, that was a little more iffy. I think, again, you were on board already. Maybe if there is numbers, he can bring that while he's speaking with the city
Yeah,
manager.
maybe what I respectfully ask of the council, I mean, I've gotten direction for Jason and I to negotiate the addendum. That might be a piece that we might need to get Mr. Burke to agree with us, so it allow us to use that as a tool. And that might be something might end up in Councilmember Burns wants, or it might be something somebody else didn't want that to happen. It just, when we negotiate, we need tools. So that's what I would request.
Yeah, so just 2 points. Number one, we need to ensure, and I don't want to pry too much into his business, did he or did he not recoup some of that money from the grants, the COVID grants that were available?
Yeah, we'll have
And-
that as part of our conversations.
Okay, and then number two, again, I think that moving forward, if we agree to that, that's my position, that I'm okay with putting that in the contract, but not actually going backwards.
Yeah,
Thank
like
you.
I said, it would give us a tool to negotiate, because maybe there's a piece that he doesn't like, that we might have to give up something to get that.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we take a 10-minute break before we move to the next item?
I think you're good. After you catch like you're immune.
Not anymore. The
Well,
mayor took care of us.
All right, this time we're going to resume the meeting of January 22nd, 2022, and we'll move to item 3, A3.
Thank you, Mayor. This one, council requested I bring back the American Rescue Plan for the council to discuss about it, and also see if any public wanted to have any suggestions on how to spend the funds. Reminder again, we get approximately 9.7 million of the American Rescue Plan Act. The main goals was to respond to COVID-19, responding to negative economic impacts, revenue loss, and investment in infrastructure, which is broadband, water, or sewer. So just recently, the Department of Finance came out with their final rule and actually made it a lot easier for smaller cities to spend these funds. So I will start at the level of, we already did the calculations for revenue loss. We can, if we want to, can move basically the 9.7 into the general fund. But my feeling has always been that's not really the spirit of the funds, because once you move the money in, you spend it, it's been used once. Where I believe we should be using some of these funds to invest on ways that really invest it for those monies that keep turning revenue for the city. So the main thing was to look into invest in businesses, more restaurants for the downtown area, or make the downtown area more vibrant, and our small businesses also. So I threw down a basic plan in the agenda, which I believe is page 20, on the packets, page 24, that suggesting was downtown revitalization, restaurant incentives, and small business priorities to be about 2.5 million. Tourism, I suggested like 150. I know we've got the 150 anniversary coming up. That would be under the tourism. We discussed it the last time, something potentially for hazard pay for our essential employees. I did make it $1 million, which I do need to say there was a typo, is that the third block of things was for employees hired after January. But like I say, that's more of a suggestion. It's up to the council where we go with these things, the funds. And then because COVID is still around, to use some of the COVID-19 or use it on COVID-19 and building protection, which could be employee safety or just additional barriers as we need, PPE, all the different items that we're continuing to need. And then put the revenue, replace about 6 million into the general fund, but to spend it as we want in the future. But that is a suggestion. This is a council policy, so this is a topic starter is what this was meant to be.
Okay, let's start talking. Who would like to go first? Mr. Burns, you're really quick at the speaker. Not this time?
Well, I saw Councilmember Resendez had raised his hand.
Well, you usually come down the line, so whatever way, if you want to wait for Mr. Resendez, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, I do have a couple questions. Did we lay anyone off because of COVID?
No, we did not because of COVID.
Did any of our employees get COVID? Like, I know we don't know for sure 100%, but do you think some of our employees got COVID?
Oh,
because that are work related.
Yeah, we've got quite a few of them. I would say I'm one of them.
And then, thank you for being honest. And then, do we have a policy to pay for them? Like, are they having to use their personal leave, or do we have something in place to cover COVID-related illnesses and not necessarily take from their personal time?
We've had policies in place. They had to change based on OSHA or CDC, but our main thing was we did not want employees coming in if they were sick for fear that they were not going to get paid. We wanted people to stay home because one person staying home protected all the others. We didn't need one person coming in and then getting 10 people sick.
Okay, and how are we doing with our bargaining units? Did COVID affect their agreed upon raises? Are we on track to do them?
For the MOUs, COVID was not, it might have been discussed, but that was not part of any of the agreements.
So people have been getting their raises as agreed upon, and COVID has not impacted that.
Correct.
Are we considered employees? If so, what type of employees are we? And are we going to consider giving ourselves a compensation for the job that we were elected to do?
Yeah, I do not believe this, that would be a legal question for Jason, but I do not believe you are an employee when it comes to this, because the municipal code sets your pay.
Okay, those are my questions for now, and I'd like to hear from the rest of the council, the public, and then I've got comments. Thank you.
Okay, I could make my comments if you're not ready, sir.
I'm ready, but I can defer to you next.
Oh, okay. I look at these dollars as a opportunity to invest in our community that we've struggled for so many years, and over the last few years, by paying off the debt we've been paying off, we're finally getting to the point of investing, as we're doing with the roads. You know, as we said, most of the streets should be repaired in the next year, only because we worked so hard. But this is an opportunity to take money, invest it in activities that are going to bring even more revenue. We've been very successful because of our planning over the last several years to bring in more business. That's been our focus near the airport, and it's paying off in a lot of ways to bring in not only more employees, but revenue. Some of these will bring in several $1 million for us per year, but we're nowhere close to where we need to be to really flip this around so that this growth as far as industrial and commercial will really benefit us to make sure we can permanently hire what we really need in our community to make sure we're not only keeping us safe, but making sure we're providing the best services and quality of life for our residents. And that's been the goal. So I see these dollars as that opportunity. These are one-time dollars. And if we invest them incorrectly, we're going to find ourselves having problems down the road. So we can kind of go out and spin them real quick and say, woo, don't we all feel good? Only to come back and say, oops, now what do we do? I don't want to be in that situation. I want to make sure we're allocating dollars to really promote what's happening here for us in the northern part, to bring in more industry, and really start now shifting the focus a bit more to the high-tech part of this, so we can start bringing them in by doing a good campaign with a professional company that can do that campaign, giving those businesses tours of our area, showing them potential because of the airport, because Amazon, because there's other fulfillment centers here, and more are coming, that the opportunity is right here in Hollister. We have the major highways here, and we have potential. So I want to make sure we're prioritizing that. I love the idea of the downtown revitalization, the restaurant incentive. I want to make sure we're clear that what are we doing there, making sure we're getting the building owners the incentive to upgrade their buildings to allow for restaurants. Because what we don't want is a situation where I want to open a restaurant, so give me some money, and I'm shut down 6 months later. We got to incentivize the building owners, because that way we're incentivizing the building owners to improve the facade of their building also, which is a very important part. The more activity we have in the downtown, the more in love the residents are with their own community. And we've said this before, and we're seeing it now with the parklets, that people are coming out and say, wow, what a great downtown. Never really been here before, but I love it. So we need to stay on that track. So I really like that part of it. The tourism part, I don't know what that means yet. I can say, you know, we are trying to get there, but we aren't there yet. And I think tourism part, maybe you can talk about maybe the Welcome to Hollister sign, the big one. I think the sign guy in the past had given us a quote for the large Hollister sign crossing the street at about $100,000-something, if that's where we want to go. But I don't want to make sure, I want to make sure we're not taking tourism and saying, oh, let's spend in tourism and advertise coming to Hollister, but we're really not ready for you just yet, and we're not really getting enough out of that investment. I want to make sure that investment we're building right now, we're building foundation.
Yeah, and I
So
want to
move on.
remind the council that, I mean, this is over a 2-year period. So, we have to spend the money, December 24th, or committed by the 24th and pay it by the 26th, so.
Yeah. And I agree. So I just want to make sure what I'm saying is, if we're focused on tourism, it's because we're trying to get to that point of bringing in consistent tourism, not just one-offs. What we don't want to do is say, let's have one event and bring somebody in. We can do that by a little better planning. The hazard pay, I've had a problem with this. I think Mr. Burns made a good point at one point about the public safety that was really out there. I do agree with that, and I think those were the people that day one, they had no choice but to go out and protect our residents, even though they knew they were taking their own lives, putting their own lives at risk. So I think we could work that number. I think $1 million is probably too high, but I'm all right with that. The COVID-19 building protection, we found we do need to do some things to make sure we're safe. And then the revenue replacement, I think what we need to start doing is taking those dollars and again put them to work as quickly as possible. We're trying to do the roads, but the main road going through San Felipe is a good place. We can use those in other words, the sooner we use them, the better off we're going to be as a community. If it's used as an investment vehicle, if it's just used to store away or not get a return from the dollars, the end result will be we lose. We have one shot at this, and I want to make sure, personally, that we're doing things that are going to bring back revenue. Those are my thoughts. Mr. Burns?
I'm happy to defer to the Vice Mayor. I thank Councilmember Morales.
Okay.
I'm happy to bring it home.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Sure. Yeah. I'm hungry. Oh, let me turn this on. I'm hungry. As far as the hero pay, I think the frontline workers deserve some stuff, some cash, most of all recognition. You know what? Thank you guys. Thank you, City of Hollister, Fire Department, Police Department, and the maintenance people and all the staff that did come in. And you know what? Because it got scary for a while there, especially before all the vaccinations were out. And it's not that it's not scary now too, but still. Anyway, so first of all, recognition. I'm okay with this. My real main thing is like the investment we were talking about for the restaurant downtown revitalization. It's like what does that consist of? What are we looking at? Are we looking at like people that have that are already in business, people that are starting business, people that are going out of business?
Well, I mean, I would say probably a good example is in churros.
Actually, I wonder if we should take their public comment first.
Yeah, I mean, there are different businesses that are different. They're just needing that extra boost to get going. There are also buildings that they just don't have a kitchen. They need the kitchen. We get a lot of businesses that open up and don't realize all the costs that are involved. If you put it in a new range, you got to have the right hood, and all of a sudden, businesses don't realize where they're at. I think there's different combinations of it. Until we really get direction from council, where we weren't going to dive too deep on these things, because staff time is precious. But those are the different things, is to look at what does it take. It's having conversations with downtown businesses, what they're really going to need. I mean, this is just to give us direction so that we can come up with a much better plan. And just kind of add for the downtown, I've talked to the chamber and EDC. They did bring a program that we could look into. It's called the RAD program. It's an actual app where businesses sign up and then also individuals sign up. But when individuals it's basically like a credit card to be used at the downtown businesses. It's a one-to-one match. So if a individual gets $20 worth of or purchases $20 worth on this RAD app, the city would match $20. Now, that money is now being spent on the local businesses. It's a good, easy way to kind of get a quick fix into the small businesses. So that's one thing that we've looked at. We're also kind of looking at maybe hire a couple of different staff that are just responsible for keeping the business areas clean and attractive, just making sure that people are enticed to come downtown, not go, oh, I like downtown, but that's really messy or that way. So we're just looking at different things to really just keep downtown and other businesses there, because that was one of the criticisms, is there are other businesses other than downtown, to keep them attractive and keep the people shopping local like they have been.
So has anyone thought about the broadband part of this for our city? I mean,
Bill's coming in.
it's coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been, I mean, I know Paul's real good about making sure with whatever projects we're doing, the San Juan Batista wastewater line, is to make sure we have conduit and everything, so we connect our buildings. But that is the other thing, is to really, I believe, Paul, you can correct me, there has been a lot of different discussions about bringing broadband into Hollister.
So with that, and under that category or that area, that title, have we thought, Chief Reynoso, have we ever thought about having like one of those mobile cameras that we can take the trailer someplace and have a telescopic camera? Have we ever explored that option?
Yes, Mr. Councilman. Yes, we have one, and we use it during the rally. Primarily, it's a big signboard, and yeah, that would be something that we could use temporarily to place in situations where there's problems arising. But we'd much rather put permanent ones, but temporary one would be very helpful to keep it mobile.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know we had the mobile one. Good.
Yeah, and I would say, as part of the budget between IT and PD, I have told them that I want to make sure that they're budgeting for additional cameras or maintenance of cameras on a regular basis, because those cameras have been such a tool to solve the different crimes and
the fires.
Fires. It just it's been keeping our citizens safe. So.
And of course, I'm all for the. So basically, if we went with what we have here, even though and 6 million going into the general fund, we'd still be able to adjust it all the way around. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, but the budget can always be changed. So, and if something's more successful, let's say we did a program and we saw an instant benefit, I would be coming back to you and saying, this program really worked. Remember, you put $6 million in the general fund, let's invest another $500,000, another $1 million, because we are seeing a benefit from it. Okay. Yeah, I think this should always be reevaluated on a regular basis to make sure that we are getting our best bang for the buck, as they say.
Okay.
Yeah. You brought the restaurant part up, but the reason I said the building owners is not, it's because you mentioned this, there's such a cost in a new restaurant to go in. It's the hoods, making ADA requirements, and I think if there's incentive for a building owner to do it, he's gonna have the incentive to go find a client to rent it. And those two together now can have the dollars to actually make it happen. And you get 10 more restaurants in downtown, now you have a situation where tourists are coming over to come spend time.
All I want is the Thai food.
Yeah, the Thai food back.
And actually, you know what, both of them actually, because I mean, how many buildings we have downtown that need some work on? Yeah. You know, and hopefully, what if this doesn't even attract them to want to do something for their buildings, because there's some buildings that look like they don't want to do nothing.
Yeah, I think we would make sure that they're in that agreement, that they have to provide a tenant or some kind of incentive within a reasonable time, so that it not that they just throw the money into their building and then say, oh, thank you for the free money. you know, that.
Yeah.
The idea is to get a return on our investment. So that, yeah, we would definitely work with the city attorney to make sure that there are performance measures within these things. Yeah, because it's not even just the hood, it depends if it's a change in how the business is being ran. It could now need sprinklers and stuff like that. So there's different things. Each building's probably gonna need something
Well,
different.
not only that, it's like, because this is pretty much COVID money, so how has COVID impacted those businesses during this time? And yes, to get a future return on it, but you know what? Yeah.
Yeah, the big thing is we don't want the current businesses that have been struggling, and we've helped through CARES Act and things like that. If you would have gave me another, $10,000, I could have survived, and they close up, and now we have another vacant building. So that's why I say it's going to be kind of we really need to go through the different options, because what helps one might not help another, but it's, like I say, we were trying to make sure that new businesses open, current ones stay open, and we have it's just a good return on our investment.
Right. The other thing I was going to ask, sorry, and I'll be right with you, Ms. Morales, is the food truck concept that we talked about bringing to the downtown. That's a great opportunity. Again, it's just an instant boost of foot traffic and business throughout the downtown, and it looks great. That brings tourism. Ms. Morales, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll go down the list as well. So I think the majority of the money is going to our general fund, so that gives the city a lot of flexibility to do a lot of the things that you've talked about. I think for businesses, 2.5 in relation to the total amount is a good number. I would like to see a person dedicated to problem solving, permit timelines, the workflow, a public works individual to be specifically, I think as our city manager mentioned, work on a lot of the issues that our businesses have to make sure that if there's lighting or if things are not working, that or there's a pipe that needs to be addressed, that can be funneled through one person, and they would have the relationship and be the liaison to problem solve, document, and help to access other city resources. Another area that I think the city needs to consider is how are we helping our businesses pivot to online services and being able to take orders and be able to facilitate that. We are going to be in COVID for a very long time, potentially 5 to 10 years. And a lot of our businesses haven't pivoted to online service model. Some have, but the majority have not. I also want to make sure that the money that's being allocated is properly administered and that it serves all of our residents, and for specific consideration to be taken for Latino business owners. They may not necessarily be part of the chamber or the business council, but they still exist and still need to access these funds. So I want to make sure that if any money is provided to, whether it's through a contract or somehow provided to organizations, that we take all efforts to make sure that we are providing services to all of our residents. I am in favor of the tourism. I would like to see plans and, of course, outcome measures evaluated, some type of data performance, and report back on a quarterly basis. And I am in favor of the hazard pay. I'm open to the amount, but I do believe a lot of neighboring jurisdictions, including San Benito County, has provided some type of pay. And so I think that we should be fair and equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns, I think you're the last one standing.
Well, at least for the first round.
For the first round.
So, Mr. Miller, what is the drop dead, probably not the right words, but sorry.
Depends on the case of COVID.
Yes, exactly. When does this money have to be spent by?
By December 24th.
December?
December 2024.
Okay, so we have plenty of time. So
Correct.
There's no need or sense to rush to a decision here, and I appreciate you saying that it's just trying to create the outline or the framework for
Correct.
how we're going to do with this. And so I would recommend simply that we park this money in its totality in the general fund and earmark it, so that maybe special accounts, because I don't necessarily disagree with any of the amounts potentially allocated, but they're so broad of the description, it's really hard to refine how that would be spent specifically. And so for me, just looking at the wide range of things, first of all, I do want to talk about the hazard pay. Please, please, please eliminate the word hero, because you don't buy, you don't pay, you don't reward, you don't give bonuses to heroes. Heroes they're trained, they respond, and they perform, and it's spontaneous, and you could never pay them enough. But hazard pay for employees, and I don't even necessarily know that I like the word essential, because I don't want to be the one that defines who's essential and who's non-essential. We had that challenge early in the pandemic, and that's a word that's a buzzword, and it tends to frustrate people. But with regards to hazard pay for employees, are we limited to simply spending X amount of dollars only on city employees, or could this be something that, for example, when I look at hazard, I look at school teachers, I look at medical professionals, whether it be doctors or nurses, I look at our law enforcement, our fire service, I look at the clerks in the retail grocery stores, because I've got to tell you, they're kind of essential to me, because if I can't buy it, I can't eat it. And so, and I know that it's a much bigger, broader discussion, but I don't know, unless the law requires or the award of the money requires that we limit it solely to the people that are employed by the city, because some of my heroes are the garbage men. Some of my heroes are the clerks I shop frequently in Safeway. A lot of my heroes are the school teachers, because you know what? They're doing the hard work, and unfortunately we've heard some people complain about the schools being closed because of the risk, but in some instances because their kids aren't getting the education they need to be successful, and in some cases, unfortunately, I've heard sometimes they view the school teachers and schools as a babysitting service. Shame on you if you're one of those. But I think that there are a lot of essential people that have experienced direct hazard, and so I would like to look at it on a broader scale than simply city employees. And I know that's a heavy ask, and I appreciate that.
Right. I think that's where you have the word essential employee. Yeah, there is no restrictions. We just kind of based it off of other cities that gave it to their employees,
Right.
because it was in their control.
Right.
But yeah, you can look it up and to other businesses.
And I would like to take that in, and again, if we've got a couple years to really figure this out, I'm not looking at this as a Christmas bonus or just, I mean, at the end of the day, our city employees, to Council Member Resendez's point, none of our employees lost their job. There are a lot of people during the pandemic that have or are or will lose their job. We didn't have anybody lose benefits. We did have people get ill, and we did have people, our police cannot say no when their 911 call comes in. Sorry, we're not coming. Fire department, no, sorry, no, we're not coming. Can't. Our public works people, no, we need to maintain our streets. I'm most grateful for the people that deal with our sewage issue, because that would be a stinky mess otherwise. I'm also very grateful for the people that deal with water. I mean, I can go down a laundry list of those people, and I would really like to spend some time and really look at that, because I don't know that you can pay people enough. And well, I saw a $6,000 number, I thought, at one point. If you look at, like, say, our police or firefighters, we're coming up on 2 years in the pandemic now, 24 months. My simple math would be that's about $250 a month for each one of those people. That's an insignificant amount of money, but yet I see it more as a gesture of our appreciation, and I'm not trying to buy their loyalty. I'm simply trying to acknowledge their work and the difficult circumstances they've worked through. I don't know where I lay in the entire areas that you've laid out. This person should get this much because they came on to this point in time. I think that might be more complicated than I'd like to see it. I'm certainly not supportive of anybody that's teleworked from home for X amount of time, and maybe even people that have come to work but have worked in a closed environment. I recognize there's still risk because you're still working with other coworkers, but that's I have to think on that and think it through. But I'd like to see the essential employee be looked at on a broader range for other people in our city that have done yeoman's work. And again, it's just a token of our gesture of thanks to them because, you know, if the gas station isn't open, I can't get gasoline in some cases. So much bigger ask, and maybe the awards are much smaller. And at the end of the day, it may simply just come down to a public thank you that would be where we go. But I would like to just see all the money parked in the general fund and earmarks. You know, I don't know, you put it in enterprise fund, you pick the fund to put it in so that it's not squandered.
We know how to account for it.
Right, exactly, and I don't want it to see, you know, I don't want to see it just trickle away and go, how'd that happen? I also would like maybe the council to consider, we've had a conversation in the past about changing how we communicate in our city in public safety. We've talked about a dispatch center, and I don't know what the numbers are for that, but I think that might be an opportunity where we could, in fact, invest some of this money. And I do think that we get better service in our community if we take that task back on. And I know we've created conceptually an ad hoc committee, and maybe that's a conversation for that. But again, I think all these things, I don't have a sense of urgency. And I'm one of those people, you know, I'm very happy that we had the conversation come today, because I don't want to wait until April, May, or June. At that point, I think it's unfair, unreasonable, and it's too late. But we have about 2 years as I track this thing to really come to some decisions.
Well, to a point, by saying doing it as revenue loss into the general fund,
right?
We've satisfied what we need to do.
Right.
So you actually have more time to do whatever you want.
So that would be my recommendation. And the final thoughts and comments on this are, I'd like to know what other jurisdictions have done in all of these areas, because again, I could see easily spending some of this economic money. I've been a proponent for creating a assistant city manager job. I heard Councilmember Morales talk a little bit about what I'm going to call a ombudsperson for community development, help them navigate through the challenges. And I get this is one-time money, and when you hire people, those are reoccurring expenses.
I've heard that from the business community, that they would like to see that also.
So for me, I think money could be put there. I've also expressed, since we no longer contribute money to EDC, I would like to see us maybe go out and recruit a economic development director, call them whatever you want, to sell Hollister and push it out there. And again, maybe monies come from here, or these monies go to other dedicated places that give us the money to fund those other positions. But I don't think we need to pull the trigger on any of this today. But and I understand you're just looking for some direction, so that would be my comments. Thank you.
Correct. And
Thank you,
a
Mayor.
lot of those things could be kind of teased out during the budget process also, because in that way, it does give us time to look at the job description and roughly we know where those positions should be paid, and it's a bigger conversation.
Right. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I don't see the need to rush, but you know, we have put this off already as far as the issue about showing our gratefulness and paying or allocating some of this money to our city staff. So if we are not going to come up with a answer for them today, I think that they deserve an answer soon as far as what we're going to do. Because remember, before it was, Christmas money? No, it wasn't Christmas money. It's the same spirit of the COVID relief plan. It's the same spirit of that. It's not a reward. It's not a Christmas bonus. It's not hero pay. But I think our employees deserve to get an answer as soon as possible if we're not going to go forward with this amount today. I think the other thing, it's like you brought up the word essential earlier, and I was wondering, so what's the definition of frontline worker? You know, there was some people that were in the offices and they went out to the front lines. They went out to the community pantry or to pass out food and stuff like that. It's like, is there a clear definition of that?
Yeah, there is no clear definition. I mean, one difficult piece of this, but even just the categories, it was going to be myself, probably HR, and the department head or supervisor to go pretty much employee by employee and figure out exactly what they did and say, where are we going to put them? I mean, police and fire was going to be easy, and then that's roughly half our staff. So, I mean, it's not, I don't want anybody to feel sorry that we had to do that, but that's what it was going to take, is basically having those meetings and say, okay, this person's going to be put in this category.
Okay, that's what I wanted to add, especially about the definition.
Thank you. I do have a couple more comments, and I liked what I heard. Yeah. And it's true. We Hero, I agree with you. We need that. That just can be offensive to.
Yeah, I just kind of, I stole that wording from somebody else, from another city, so.
Well, I'm offended.
I'll get rid of it next time, trust me.
And I think the issue is pointed out too, the essential term. Who's essential? We're all essential, and that's very frustrating for people to hear. Like, well, I'm not essential. I do this for you every day. Yeah, well, no. Everybody contributes, and I heard what Mr. Burns is saying about grocery store clerks and so on. People that pick up the garbage, and I don't know. Well, we want to have that conversation later. We can do that, but let's just figure something simple. If you're looking at $1 million, that's 10,000 people at $100 each. I mean, you know, we can find ways to make things work, is what I'm trying to say. And it's, you know, at the end of the day, it's not the money, it's the thought, the appreciation of, we know you were out there. And you're absolutely right. I remember the grocery stores. They were working, and people coming in not carrying in the least, and they were out there. A lot of people were. I don't want to just say one group or another. So we can work through that. Parking it in the general fund, as you're mentioning, I think that's a great idea. It clears us. What I would like to do is ask the council on things that we're ready to move on, such as the downtown restaurant expansion, those types of things. Let's get moving on these things, because we're ready. We got the parklets, everything is ready to go on that, and we just have to come up with that policy to make that work. And even the if we can go up for the food truck lot or something, so we can kind of, that's the start of the tourism part of this whole deal.
Right, that was the one piece I was going to ask for, because if we waited, there might be businesses that are on the fence of either they keep moving forward or they close up. So that was the only one that would push that we come up with something.
Yeah, we'll get. So that would be a good thing to get moving, because I know there's been business owners or building owners asking about incentive. Incentive. Oh, okay. They're out there, and every one of them wants to see more foot traffic. Foot traffic is added by more businesses. Nothing attracts business like a crowd, and that's the number one rule in any business. You have a crowd forming outside, people are coming. We're seeing it now on the weekends when people would say our downtown's so dead, there's no restaurant open. Oh, they're open now. They're doing very, very well. I love driving downtown, especially on the weekends, and seeing so many people out in our downtowns. And again, you multiply that by 10 more, and you see the difference, which starts to lead the trickle effect of people now finishing dinner and going to go shop, and the more stores being open. Because the biggest problem we've always had is people coming home from work at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and I'm just driving home. But now they're driving home and saying, hey, that looks like fun at that restaurant or this brewery or so on. Let me stop and socialize with some friends and have a dinner. So it's exciting. Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So to just summarize what I've heard you say, if we had 10 more restaurants downtown, we could probably brand it as "we're really cooking." but sorry, I couldn't
We're
help
on
but.
fire.
Yeah, we're on fire. See, I knew you'd one up me. And so, but.
Can we not bring up the fires? Okay.
Smoking now. I guess my thought is on the businesses downtown. I'd actually like to see something kind of like a grant where, or a forgivable loan where you sign off on X amount of dollars, and every year you're in business, that debt is reduced to where at some point you have a zero balance. Something that
Okay.
Because I am concerned that we invest in businesses, we invest in buildings, and the next thing we know, they're gone. And so they have to, I'm more than happy to, very few of us get anywhere in life without a helping hand or boost up.
Correct.
But I would like to see, it's kind of like Habitat for Humanity. People, when they get the benefit of being gifted that, they physically build it. They have a whole lot of investment, and so I'd like to see some sort of program like that. I know they exist, and
Correct.
so I'd like to just see it kind of modeled after that. But I'm happy to move forward with that type of thing in the here and now. But it needs to be structured and focused.
Correct. And we can kind of throw it, because I almost made this comment and then I realized because we're moving, for covering revenue loss, we can do whatever we want. But I don't need somebody to come back, like, usually if we use the ARPA funds as a loan program, anything like that, people had to pay it back by December 2024. But because we're doing as revenue loss, putting it in the general fund, now coming up with our own program, that we're not restricted to those rules. So I just wanted to, just in case somebody, was listening and said, "Oh, you can't do that." I just want to clarify
I fully
that.
agree with Mr. Burns, and I think that's exactly right. What we don't want is here, and then, oh, well, we decided we don't want to be open today, and tomorrow it's the weekend, we're going to go on holiday. Well, sorry, you got to pay this back somehow, or show us, earn it off. So I'm fully agree, and I think my whole point was we need to have this conversation quickly, come up with those terms, and promote it, and try to get the businesses ready for the summer season. That's what I'm seeing here. It's like, how do we get them ready for the summer season to get this thing going as quickly as possible? And then we move on as we succeed, bit by bit, we keep coming out with more. So I love the idea of moving it into the general fund and coming out with the first phase of this, and then the next phase of it, and so on. Maybe if we can have that where we're focused on that part first. That's our first winner. Get out there. Yeah. Instead of making it too complicated today, that's our first attack. There you go.
No, we just need a direction so that we can come up with something.
Okay.
I think moving forward with that one, and then I guess as far as for the employee pay, you said you were going to have department heads come up with, to come up with a full description of what frontline office and all that is, and then have department heads come up with a list of who falls in what area?
No, that would have been if the council agreed to the lump sum payout, the different categories, then we would have to go through basically employee by employee to determine what they were going to get paid. But right now, I don't hear anything coming forward. So right now, it's kind of a dead
I personally lean back to what Mr. Burns said. What about all these other people that were there? Just because they didn't work at the city doesn't mean they weren't important to this community. Figure that out in a number, and we can go from there as we move along.
I can kind of agree with that too, but you know what? These are our employees. These are, not that our residents don't mean anything, because I'm sure my son would like $100. But I feel we are responsible for our community, but we are directly responsible for our employees, and so I'd like to see that. I don't think we need to come up with a decision on make another special meeting. Please, no more special meetings, or to rush that. But I would like to see it done in a timely manner. Address that issue.
I see Councilmember Morales' hand is up, and then we'll come to you, sir. Go ahead.
So I agree with Vice Mayor Perez. I think it's like trying to solve, the issues of the world. It's just too much. I think there's the sphere that we're responsible for. So that's what happens within the city of Hollister. Our employees are our responsibility. I think there's been a lot in terms of inability to hire. Our staff members are doing multiple jobs. The issue of dealing with additional jobs outside of their job specification as a result of the pandemic. I think if we are moving in the direction when we're looking at what do we need to do for the future of Hollister, and if we ask them to do data collection or outcome measures or performance measures in order for us to evaluate what they're doing and how we're doing in terms of providing services to our city and its effectiveness, this is one of the ways in which government is allowed to do so. So outside of this, we don't have any policies to do that, not that I've seen anyways. Other areas, and I'll bring in Santa Clara County, there's policies in order to do recognition event, dinners, there's awards, and that's within policy to be able to do. The city of Hollister does not have any of that. This money, unless that policy is created and funds are allocated for that, this is an opportunity for us to do so. I think, or my recommendation, strong recommendation, is that we look and actually provide an answer, if not today, then shortly soon after. But I believe that we have an obligation to at least be able to respond to that and then have an end date and not continue it for it seems like forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm going to talk about my job, and I'm going to give you some very personal information. Obviously, you guys know I'm a teacher. I've never taken a day off during the pandemic. I've never called in sick. I've never had the luxury of taking a day off. My workload has changed drastically. That's no secret, right? I work with children that have COVID every single day. When the pandemic first hit, I shared this with the mayor. I think I said this at one meeting here. I was told I wasn't going to get a raise, my annual raise. In fact, we might have been laid off because of the funding that was happening. Okay. Right now we're negotiating a raise. I'm grateful for everything that I've done, but I could probably make a ton of money if I worked in the Bay Area or something, but there's a lot of perks that come with working in education. It's very fulfilling personally, right? If a lump sum of money were to come to the schools, so to speak, I'd want that money invested in better technology for our kids, better curriculum. I'd want my community and the students that I work with to be enriched and be invested in, because ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, it's going to make my job more easier. It's going to uplift our entire community, right? This is what I'm bringing this up because first of all, I don't know if I said this, I don't make $6,000 a month, much less been offered a bonus of $6,000. Do we value our employees? 100%. Do we value our PD, our fire department? Of course. But this is what we signed up for as our jobs. And when these things happen, if there's an earthquake, if there's a pandemic, if there's the sewer goes out. We're called into action, and we know that. We signed up for this, okay? I live in a duplex. I rent here, and I'm bringing these up because I think a number of people are in the same position as me, and I would rather take this money and invest it in a way that's going to impact the quality of life for everybody here. I don't think this money is meant to be used for one-time use just to give to employees. It's the easy and the popular thing to do. The hard thing is to step back and to say, no, but in the long run, we're going to invest in our community, we're going to invest in our economy, we're going to invest in our small businesses, we're going to invest in our infrastructure because we're going to generate more revenue. We'll be able to give raises. I think we really need to look at the bigger picture, and I'm not completely against all of these things that have been brought up, but we need to step back and look at the bigger picture, because if we invest it in the right way, we're all going to win in a number of different ways. And I know it's hard to see when you've got, this being offered to you, but it really is the truth. We really need to invest the money in the right way, and I think that's what the money was intended for. I don't care what other communities are doing as far as in that sense. I really have faith that we can come up with some solutions here. I'm fine with putting in the general fund, but I really do think it needs to be earmarked. I don't think we're going to be equitable. There's no way to be equitable. There's no way to measure who was more important or who was more value during these times. I really agree with the idea of contracting out for somebody that we can hold accountable and for EDC/tourism. Little things like other cities have glass protection, and I know it's not aesthetically pleasing, but in these times that we're living in where it's so politically divisive and scary, like I'd even like bulletproof windows right here. I'm sorry, but I do fear for my safety being in this position and with what's happened at the Capitol. I'd like bulletproof windows and I'd like partitioners here due to COVID, in my opinion. I like the idea of I'm just going to call it the COVID credit card. I don't know what else to call it. But because it's a stimulus that's going to directly impact not only our citizens, the essential workers, everybody here, and our local businesses. We've talked about this for years, even before COVID hit. The food trucks, outdoor pop-up parks, the sign of Hollister, like these are all things that are really going to change the look and the feel of our city, and it's going to draw more people here. And I think we have a huge responsibility to do that for everybody, not just for our employees, but it is, of course, going to impact our employees and our city overall. So those are my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Sir. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, you talked about having the department heads determine who would receive what. And
Based on
right, right. Well, and I think there's still some merit and value to having them establish who was where, when, and because at the end of the day, we may be just talking dollars, and dollars are not. I don't mean to minimize that, but we can always create a formula to plug it in to figure that piece out once we know who was where and when. And like you said, pretty much all our police department was operational. They can't. Sorry, we're not coming. Our fire department, no, they're going to be there too. And so I think I would agree with Councilmember Perez and Morales. I don't know where the mayor stands, but I think it could be helpful to understand that better, to then understand the bigger picture, and at that point, I don't know what's realistic. You know, is that data that could be available in 3 months?
Yeah, where we would put out each person based on those categories. Yeah, that can
Right,
be done.
right. And then I think we can haggle about what that means. And again, that for me, that's only part of the conversation, because as I've expressed, you know, my interests are greater. You know, school teachers, store clerks, you know, the trash haulers. I know trash haulers don't work for us, but they're a contract for us. But yet, you know, and I'm sure I'm missing several other people that could be part of this conversation. And so, you know, once we know what we know, then we can make what I'd hope will be a wise or smart decision. And perhaps the other half of that conversation, maybe at the end of this, you don't spend $9.6 million on this. Maybe you slash the contributions by a half or a third. You keep the other part of that money available to do the second part of the project, which would then be, let's talk about school teachers. Let's talk about store clerks. Let's talk about anybody that might be eligible, and we figure that piece out. And again, that way we don't keep our city staff waiting. I do not think that this should be viewed as a bonus by any means. And again, you know, could we accomplish the same thing by giving each one of our city staff a Hallmark card signed by the council and the administration? Theoretically, yes. Realistically, no. And so I do think there should be some token goodwill gesture on behalf of this council, because, you know, I do appreciate the fact that we haven't put these people in harm's way. Mr. Resendez was spot on with, when you become a police officer, and you know there's an inherent risk and you sign up for it. Same thing with the fire department, same thing with code enforcement, same thing with our paramedics. I mean, they're motivated, they're driven to that. I mean, there's a reason they intentionally go towards danger when most of us run from it, and that's how it should be. but you can't put a dollar value on that. And so, but I think it's really it's a goodwill gesture, and I think it would also help to know more about what other cities are doing, because I agree with Mr. Resendez on this point too. It's the easy thing to do. It's the feel-good thing to do, but I'm not persuaded that $6,000 is that number, and so I'd like to really see how it logistically lays out. And frankly, some of the information that you arrive at might mean that some people get zero. You know, if you've been teleworking at home for the entire COVID pandemic up to the vaccination time, I might be inclined to say, sorry, you've been in a protected environment. I can't help you from what you've been exposed to from your own family and your friends. You do have some control over that. So anyway, that would just be my 2 cents, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales, your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to make 2 points. One was I am absolutely against hiring a consultant to do economic development or whatever was said. I would prefer to have an employee that would be, and it has. I think we can hold an employee accountable just like we would do so with a consultant. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear. Second, I think many of you know that I am a public employee as well. And I can tell you that I am one of those that had to telework and go into my work environment. We run 24/7 facilities. And even though I was able to telework, I had to do 3 or 4 additional jobs. We were on call 24/7. Some people did not take any time off for a year and a half because they were dealing with the pandemic. And yes, while we're all disaster service workers, it does take a toll, and you are covering, and the fact that you are, not necessarily running into the fire, taking on those 3 or 4 roles with pleasure and doing so because it benefits the community as a whole. That's something that doesn't necessarily need to be compensated, but public employees are just not compensated in general. So while I understand that, some people, they don't care what neighboring jurisdictions do, when there's opportunities to be able to provide a token of appreciation, and it doesn't necessarily have to be money, but just appreciation, true appreciation, we will not have the issues that we have with the city of Hollister in terms of being able to hire and retain employees, because they'll know that their council cares about not only what they do, but how they do it. So, like I said, the amount of money I'm flexible on, but I do believe that there needs to be a sense of recognition for the number of jobs that they've done, for the level of staffing that they've had to do with for over 2 years, and for the ability to take on the additional work, and they do it with pride and a sense of being able to devote themselves to the community that they serve, because they're not here for the pay. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I can add, in part of the other, when we kind of looked at this, it was also a thank you to the employees' families for allowing our staff member to come to work during this whole time and potentially bringing COVID back to their household. So that was it. That's it.
Just going to say, maybe the answer is gift certificates to our local restaurants for all these people because you're right. At the end of the day, I'm going to say this again, it's not about the money, it's about being acknowledged and appreciated. And if you can take the time to take your family out because a city sees you as an important part, it's a win-win all the way around.
Yeah, and actually that is a good economic development for the local businesses because they are being spent here in Hollister.
Right, and it's a winner that way. Do we have any speaker cards or speakers online?
Yes, we have Priscilla Jones. You can go up to the podium.
Now I'm getting really hungry.
It's 1 o'clock.
Hi. Okay, so I want to speak on your revitalization.
Sorry, can you talk?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Talking to the
you
mic.
can,
Yeah.
Sorry,
speaker.
is that better? Okay. On the revitalization of the downtown restaurants. My husband and I own churros in town. We have been operating out of our home as a cottage food operation, and we were born during the pandemic, so we have more than proven that the business is sustainable. For a business like us, where we've started from the ground up, no help from anybody, we're working day in and day out. I'm still working my job as a first responder, working 14-hour shifts, getting off and going and doing the business. So for people like us, that little hand up would mean the world to us. We secured our building on San Benito and 7th, September of 2020. We have been paying rent on that building in a lease option to buy and have put $75,000 into the project. But for someone like us, where, you know, we're limited with the cottage food operation and what we can make. We're limited on the amount of sales we can do because it's just us. Sometimes our kids, if you see us at the farmer's market or wherever, the kids are out there working. But, you know, something like this would allow us to get our storefront completed, which right now we're in the planning phase. The city has the plans. We paid $20,000 just to get that going because we needed to get it going. We would be bringing at minimum 15 jobs. Something like that would put money right back into the economy. And, you know, we're major proponents of including the community in everything that we do. So that would allow us to continue to do that. And, you know, we have bigger plans for our business, even to the extent of providing financial literacy for our employees, for young kids that come and work for us. So it's so much more than just, here's the money so you can open and make money. You know, it's kind of a thing for small businesses like us that are minorities that just need a little bit of help would mean the world too. So if you guys can consider creating a program or even some type of loan option to pay back, that would, you know, and there are plenty of other businesses like us in town, I think, that would benefit.
Yeah, that would benefit. And, like my wife said, it's more than just, yes, we want to, build our empire for us and our children, but it's, community is big for us. And that's something that, that is something that we even, while getting in and creating our business and building our business, it's going to continue to be a part of our
core values,
of what,
company.
What it is that our company is about. Speaking to, just the building, the building that we, are purchasing, just using that, we are in beginning phases of talks of hopefully,
thank you,
doing something on the side, of our building and a mural,
Do you want to use your time now?
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
think he has his own time. Do you want to?
Do you both have cards?
Yeah,
Oh.
we both have
Oh, okay.
He took your time.
Sorry,
What's
sorry.
up with that? Oh, wait, let me just say, you're in trouble.
But again, like speaking to just the community. I know downtown. Guys thinking about doing, arts or just kind of revitalizing downtown, and it's something that me and my wife have spoke to the our building to do a mural for Hollister. When in the position, once we finish, finalizing securing the building, but. That's just stuff that we offer just because of community, and and anything else you want to say?
Just the access to those funds would be.
You got to step up
sorry.
because it's recorded, so it's
Okay.
without that
The
microphone.
access to funds and help to get that project from where it's at right now. We went in and gutted the building and did everything that we could on our own. We're at the point now where the building is the old Metropolis building. We are at the very end of our lease option to buy and our risk of losing our investment, which we've already put thousands of dollars of our own hard-earned money into that.
Yeah.
We're at the point where we need a hood and Ansel system. The building does not have a kitchen. Like you spoke on earlier, something like that is a major cost for a small business starting up. So these funds would definitely go directly to what you want to see them go to, and not many people know, but we've offered up our building, well, we're not in there, to Zeke and the Bulldog Boxing. So they're in there and they're using it, so the kids have a space to continue. So like we said, community's important to us, and it's been important to us, and it's not something that we brag on, things that we do, we just kind of do it. But we want to continue to be that pillar for the community to know that we're here. You can come do your school fundraiser on have a churro night, and we've had a lot of requests for it, but like I said, we're very limited,
limited,
out of
yeah.
our operation. I want my dining room back.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
haven't had dinner in there in 2 years, and
Yeah,
it's,
so it's, yeah.
yeah,
Perfect.
so.
Thank
But
you.
just thank you for the consideration.
And thank you guys for
And the
even
time.
considering bringing a program like this to other businesses like this as well, and we know others would benefit too, so.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, City Manager, what I've heard so far then is I think the council's in agreement as far as moving the funds into the general fund, earmarked as we move forward. I think I heard a consensus to start with the restaurant, maybe food truck program. So we can be focused and we can accomplish and move to the next thing, the next item. And then come back with more ideas as far as if you're going to share some of the dollars for whatever is considered, I hate to say it again, essential employees, but those that were out there, whether that be those that worked in the grocery stores, those that worked in the schools, trash, whatever it is, how does that work? But that's down the line. Let's get started on the first ones we all agree on, and then we can have the conversations on the next part. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. And then just before we leave here, I'd like the council to consider the downtown arc sign. If it's only $150,000, I think that would align nicely with our 150th celebration as well, and we can unveil that around that same time. So I'd really like for us to consider looking into that.
Council members?
Also,
Leave it to the council.
Also piggyback on that too, I don't know what's going on with the arts, our city arts commission. But you know what, it'd be nice too to unveil, I don't know if you want to keep this Hollister flag, to unveil something new, maybe. Or I don't even know if this is our official city flag, because it's only an emblem. But something to explore that also.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Burns?
Thanks. My understanding was the commission was working on the flag itself. And so I don't know where that is, but that would be good to know. I'd love to see a concept for the sign that Councilmember Resendez is talking about. Again, I don't know, $150,000 seems like a whole lot of money, but it's a one-time expense, and if it tends to beautify the city of Hollister, and it's in a major part of our city, I could get behind that, and I would love to see that too, because it's not likely we're going to appropriate that kind of money for it otherwise, I would assume. So, yeah, no, I think you're spot on, Mayor, with your comments.
We can get renderings. There is a gentleman that does these big signs that's approached city manager myself about it in the past, so we can have him come up with something.
Correct. And I think we have a concept, but
I
I'd
think
have
he brought
to, I'd have
some
to go
concepts,
through
but
some
he
old
said he had
emails.
other ideas, just
Right.
bring it in front of the council, so that would
Sir,
be
can I get
okay.
on the essential employee? I thought my understanding was kind of go through, use this, what we provided for you for the lump sum payment, but to kind of go through our current staff and see really where people land, to give you numbers of, we have, say 100 frontline, 20 that were in this category, but just for our own staff, not for outside the city.
Right, that was my thought as well, Mr.
Yes.
Miller. And what I'd see that as a two-phased approach. The other piece is going to be much bigger, it's going to be more challenging, it's going to be time-consuming if we do, as a council, want to look at essential employees as in school teachers throughout the city of Hollister, whether it be elementary, whether it be pre, whether it be, high schoolers. I know that's going to take some time. I also know it's going to take some time if you want to look at grocery clerks throughout the city. I mean, and so that's why I'm not convinced I would sign off on $6,000, because that would consume the lion's share of this, and I don't, I'd rather have overage than have to find a way to cover underage. So, anyway, that was my understanding, Mayor.
Yeah, and I would agree, and I think, as I mentioned, if we could tie this into, rather than just cash, maybe a gift certificate program through the, some kind of the businesses, whatever,
Right.
I think then I'd be more able to support it. I just have a hard time saying, okay, your group, you get so many thousands, and you over here, here's $25 for you or something. I just got to be a little more fair. Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
I think if we can do I'm going to call it COVID credit card or COVID gift certificate for local businesses, and then maybe offer it to employees and other first responders or essential workers in the city first, but then ultimately we should offer it to everybody in the community in first come, first served basis, you know. That would be my suggestion. But I think that's something we can do quickly. We can come up with the COVID card. Of course, the business kitchens is huge, and the ARCs. I think those are the three that, oh, and then the analysis of the employees overall, I think is what I'm hearing.
Okay, is that good, sir?
That gave us direction, thank you.
That's all right with everyone else. Councilmember Burns?
Mayor, I'd just like to, I want to pin the city manager down a little bit more. To just, for example, the discussion about department heads and the hazard pay employees, essential employees, whatever we're going to call it. Can we have that information by April 1st?
Oh, I would think we should be able to get it in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I'm
Let's
willing
just
to,
say
I'm
April
willing to,
1st, let's be realistic.
I'm willing to go until April 1st.
Okay, we'll say April 1st, and we'll beat expectations. How about that?
Right, and no emphasis on April Fools. And so, but, you know, and then the other ones, I don't know. I mean, for me, again, we've had at least one public comment just recently, and for me, I think the business thing would be important. It's certainly going to be important to those guys if they want to apply for that grant, whatever we're going to call it. So, do we have a sense for what it would take to put that program conceptually in place?
Yeah, we'll be working on it right away. It's probably trying to, we will move on it as quick as possible. It's just trying to find, define the parameters, come up with what we feel is a good program.
Right,
So-
because I've heard what you guys have said, and I support you 100%. So, but again, are we
Yeah.
talking as quickly as possible?
I'm
as
hoping
re-
within a month, because,
Okay.
I mean, that's the face,
Right.
I'm glad they're here today, because
Right.
that's the faces I always think about, is we have businesses that are just right there on the edge, and we just don't need them to go under.
No, well, they're the perfect example of who we want to give that boost
Right.
to help them to succeed and
Correct.
hope that they're in business 20 years from now, and they've got 25 other if they want them.
Correct.
But timing's
Yeah.
a factor as well.
Correct.
And so if we're in mid-March, I'm sorry, March, I wish. No, actually, I don't. Mid to late January. So again, by maybe March, we could have something before
Correct.
council?
Yeah, because the worst thing we could do is say yes, and then 6 months, we come up with something, and they're like, well, great, that still doesn't help us.
Right. And at least I've heard that be an emphasis of this council to want to move forward smart, not rush, but bring it to the finish line.
Correct.
So-
And, I mean, it is, like you say, it's a late January, but, I mean, we would love to have businesses open by the summer to
Right.
help keep generating the town vibe and everything like that,
Right.
which is what generates the sales tax revenue for us and makes this worthwhile.
Right. Well, and, you know, and again, I've heard Councilmember Resendez bring up the art commission and public art and stuff, and again, I just heard these folks talk about how they would be open to a mural.
Right.
We've got a 150-year celebration.
Correct.
I'm just.
Yeah,
It
it
all
all
kinda-
works together.
Right, so, thanks.
Yeah, no, we'll make it a timely project.
The other part, and everything you said is correct, important, but since you're still here, Abraham, part of this is going to be the ability to move people through this process rather quickly. And that means, and you guys know this already, you're finding out about the Ansel systems and so on, ADA. Most small business owners do not understand the pieces, and then we get the complaints in the public, oh, they drag their feet. No, you know, to get a facility open, especially with health department and so on, there's a lot of steps that happen. But if you cover those steps, you're aware of it early. It's going down to the level of cove tiling in the bathrooms and the kitchens, and people are like, well, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, that's part of the deal. So having a clear understanding of what's needed is going to help us move those applicants from the starting line to the finish line in a quicker time period. If not, what's going to happen is, oh no, my friends are going to help me build this. And we're going to have to say right there, you're not going to qualify for this grant. If that's the way you're going, you're going to be in trouble out of the gate. And then having those contractors that can line up with them that know what our requirements are, so they can go through the plan check quickly, go through the construction part quickly, and get it done. Otherwise, any of these projects, and I know from experience on these, can take a long time and will break a company before they ever start. So it's very important to know the true numbers in the process. Okay, so that's going to be, to make this happen, we need the other part ready to go too.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we are more than happy to help with any of that. We always encourage any business before opening or even, at any time, please contact us, 339 5th Street. Our building official would be able to help generate any type of information that's needed for ADA requirements that are, required for state compliance. About 3 years ago or so, we actually had somebody come into our community and just submitted basically lawsuits to various businesses throughout, and we were able to respond to that, help out all the different businesses with the requirements that were needed to be able to help them come into compliance. So at any time, please come to us right in front of the Granada Theater, 339 5th Street. We'll be happy to sit down with anybody and to be able to have that.
If we get to check off list, health department,
Yes.
ABC, because again, people don't understand the process.
Yes.
And they figure, oh, I'll get my alcohol license when I'm about to open.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
It's a long process in
Yeah.
front of that. So all these pieces, please, let's get that checklist.
Yes.
And they're going to want to apply for this. Let's get the clear answers for everybody up front.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
If I may, Paul De Silva, IT Director, just chime in. We are kind of evaluating an online application to be able to streamline the planning, building process, inspections, fire department, engineering, code enforcement, the ability for the residents to actually do stuff online, apply for permits and all that. So we're actually working
We have been.
on that right now. So
Absolutely. We're developing
It's
in
a
that system right now.
complete manual process right now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Abraham, once again, what was that address? I missed it.
339 5th Street.
Thank you,
Right
Abraham.
in front of the Granada
Councilmember
Theater.
Morales has a comment.
Thank you. So there's been a lot of talk about, and all I hear is like, we have consensus, we have consensus. So I really truly don't understand what we have consensus on. I know that things are added and we didn't go through in terms of what we all agree on. We just keep bouncing around. So again, I think business is going to be important, but I think as mentioned, businesses get really frustrated because they don't understand the process. There's inconsistent information and they waste a lot of time and energy and money trying to understand it. So unless we fix that, you can have money, people can apply, but if they get frustrated and then they close the doors or actually go somewhere else, it's not going to help anybody. Second, I don't know about the food trucks, but I think that the business allocation should be provided and then the community can apply for whatever it is that they need. I don't think that we should dictate what it should be. So I actually want to go through and see what we actually did agree on. I know that there's a lot of concepts that I know I didn't agree on, but I want to know what is it that we do have consensus on that we are moving forward. So if that could be cleared up, I would appreciate it.
Sure, and that's what the city manager is going to bring back by March 1st, so we can have those discussions. Tonight, or today, this afternoon, we agreed on moving this dollars into the general fund earmarked. We agreed to move forward to create a program for a restaurant food truck program and brought back by March. Abraham is going to make sure there's a list, checkoff list, so those that do apply understand what it takes to open a facility. By April, the city manager is going to provide more information as far as some of these others as Mr. Burns.
Or it's a central employee list.
Right, and that's what we have talked about today. We don't have details on these items yet. That's what the city manager and staff is going to work on. All right?
can I ask, why are we excluding other businesses and it's only food truck and restaurants?
I'm sorry?
Why are we excluding other businesses and why are we only moving forward with restaurants and haven't seen a food truck, but why are we only moving forward with those two businesses?
Well, we're trying to incentivize more restaurants coming into the downtown area to get more people to come out and enjoy their downtown and start off those smaller businesses doing that way in the downtown core. It's more of a focus effort. It's kind of like the parklets. Conversations were like, well, why can't we have a parklet here and there? Well, we don't own parking lots, and a lot of times landlords can't even do it because of insurance reasons. But what we do have is ownership of streets, so we focus at the parklets in the downtown core, so we have a focused area. When we have events and festivals, we have, again, a focus because we have more restaurants going on. That's what's going to finally lead to more tourism. That's what we want to do, encourage a core area by bringing in businesses such as restaurants or other small businesses that attract more business, more foot traffic.
So I'd just like to urge the council to just make it business instead of just isolating it to restaurants and food trucks.
One of the reasons.
Well, I have a tendency to agree because you know what? Not every shop downtown is restaurant or truck.
Maybe I can step back. There's an open vacancy in a building. If you're a restaurant, you're going to find out really quickly, and I have two people here that can tell you this. The cost of putting a hood system is upwards $60,000 to $80,000, and people are always surprised by that. The cost of putting in a grease trap system will cost you another $5,000 to $10,000. Making your bathroom ADA compliant for that service costs you quite a bit of money. So opening a restaurant is something that you'll run into $150,000 at a blink of an eye. Opening up a retail business is more about you have your open space, let me paint my walls, let me put some shelving on, and I'm ready to go. This is going to incentivize those businesses, such as restaurants, to come to downtown. Restaurants bring foot traffic. Foot traffic then starts to feed retail businesses. It has to go in hand. It doesn't go so well the other way around. So these are part of the concepts. And a great example, when we first started talking about the parklet program, this is something we talked about for 20 years. And there was a big argument over the years about nobody wants to sit outside and eat dinner. And we said, no, there's plenty of people that like to do this. And that argument continued for 20 years. COVID, with all the craziness in the world, brought us an opportunity to do it. And now people love being outside. Now you're seeing a downtown that's beginning to start to thrive that you didn't see 2 years ago. Because nobody, or
we were in COVID.
People didn't believe in outdoor dining, but we're seeing it. And that's leading to more restaurants that want to come to downtown, which means more retailers are going to want to come to downtown. And it all comes together. And this is the hardest business to get into if you're going to do something is going to be the restaurant entertainment type of business because it does have big upfront costs. Mr. Burns.
Mayor, I've heard what you said and I don't disagree, but I'm wondering if there would be the possibility, and I would suggest that that the program could be open to other people that would want to open a restaurant in a strip mall or something like that as well. I mean, it's still also going to be beneficial, and those costs are exponentially the same and significant. And so whether I want to open Tim's sandwich shop in downtown, or I want to open it up next to in the Kmart center that's pretty much a vacant shopping center now. I wouldn't want to make it so restrictive that it'd only be solely limited to downtown.
And I don't disagree with you. My point was, why are we focused right now on the conversation on downtown?
Okay. All right.
And I agree with you.
Right.
Hey, the more restaurants we have all over town, the better off we all are.
Agreed.
So,
thank you.
Thank you. All right. No other conversation. We're clear now, City Manager? All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Yeah.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
No. I was kidding. Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon, a good weekend.
Have a good day.
Recording stopped.